Hello, and welcome to the lands of Aecathan, where a bunch of people who've probably played D&D way too much in their life decide to say what the hell and sit down and play D&D a little bit more.
A little bit more.
A lot bit more, actually.
Skosh.
Yeah. I don't know, what's the opposite of a skosh?
An unskosh?
G-skosh.
Like a floosh? A flumph? I don't know.
A D-skosh. That's opposite.
A bit.
No, a bit. It goes like skosh, bit, little, some, flumph.
Oh, a fuck ton, basically.
Yes, a fuck ton.
Yes, fuck ton.
Yep, that's it.
I
didn't know we were trying to go with it, but Merry Christmas.
Fatun.
Fun.
Yes, a fatun.
Sounds amazing.
Mm-hmm. But that's us.
Sorry about the coughing tonight, folks, but I got a little something in the gut.
But it's not COVID.
But we know it's not COVID.
Well, that's good.
My mother had me tested. Super glad it's not COVID.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, super glad.
All right, we have a few announcements to get through tonight. First off, well, before I even start, Nikki, has the snow had any effect on the fires in Colorado?
I haven't looked, but I will.
Okay.
Right meow.
All right, because California, Oregon, Washington, and Colorado have all been struggling with just terrible fires for months.
Yeah, actually.
About 4.5 million acres total between those four states. And something that we don't think about is the same firefighters that started out fighting those fires in the summer are the ones still fighting those fires now in the middle of October. Well, toward the end of October, really. So we found a charity that we really like. It's the Wildland Firefighters Foundation. It supports firefighters working to combat wildfires anywhere in the country. And they provide immediate assistance to the families of firefighters who are injured fighting those blazes or, and unfortunately this has happened, who are killed fighting those blazes. And right now in the middle of a pandemic there's never a good time to lose a loved one, but can you imagine trying to deal with all of that in the middle of a pandemic when you're not even really supposed to go out? And that's where this organization comes in. The Wildland Firefighter Foundation brings relief to those families. So we are hoping to help them raise more donations by bringing some visibility to them on the stream. You can donate by heading to their website, or if you need help getting there, go to our website, artifactsworldswide.com. There's a link right about middle bottom of the page when you first load it up that will take you right to their donation site. So anything you can give, even if it's just $1. I mean, it may not seem like much, but $1 buys a couple cans of vegetables or, a roll of paper towels. So essentials that, we kind of take for granted, they may need. So anything you can donate will be very appreciated. Now, more local to what we're doing here, if you're not familiar with Extra Life, it's been going on for, quite a while now. And basically what it is it's one day out of the year where gamers across Canada, the United States, and Puerto Rico gather together and raise money for the Children's Miracle Network hospitals, which is 170 different hospitals across that region. And I was part of a 24-hour marathon. No, I did not make it all 24 hours. I had to sleep somewhere in there. But my team was part of a 24-hour marathon back in like the second or third year they were doing this. And we're excited to be doing it here on Artifacts Worldswide this year. It's Saturday, November 7th. We're starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern U.S. time which is 6:30 a.m. Eastern Mountain Time for Nikki. But she's valiantly going to arise and play with us. Yeah.
And he also keeps forgetting that I'll be there, but that's okay.
Right. And you'll be on Eastern time.
Oh, that's
so
right. God, yeah. Well, this is new information. Yeah, I haven't wrapped my brain around this quite yet.
It's okay. It's okay. I understand.
But
She's coming to Michigan, and we're not going to let her leave.
You're going to look for houses.
uh-huh. But we're starting at 8:30 a.m. in the morning, Eastern U.S. time, and running not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 different Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition games throughout the day. 8:30 a.m. is going to be a game run by Mike.
Yep.
And then at noon is a game run by our friend Buddy, who was our very first guest on GM Chat. And then at 3:30 in the afternoon, Nikki's going to run.
And you're having possums.
And everybody's playing a possum. And so far, all the names start with P, which is fun.
I know, and I loved that. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I love alliteration, so.
And then at 7 o'clock, we're going to be doing an extra chapter of this game, Lands of Aecathan. We are taking donations. We are proud to be part of the official Dungeons & Dragons team. And you can get to our donation page from our website as well. It's right underneath the link for the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. So, and that will take you directly to our donation page. So if you can help now or during the marathon broadcast on November 7th, either way, we would be very grateful, and so would the kids. So you can also find a full schedule of the games and all of the information that we have so far. We'll be putting up the information for the one game we don't have info for probably in the next 24 hours, so it'll all be up there.
Just an update. The storm dumped an average of 15 to 20 inches in the higher elevations from Estes Park to Red Feather, and lower elevations saw less, which is the one that's super close to the main town there, with an average of 6 to 11 inches. However, it's not a fire-ending situation, but we're going to need it to be a bunch more moisture, stay cold for an extended period of time, and then the moisture needs to soak in. So we're going to keep our fingers crossed. We should have kind of chilly temperatures up in the upper hills, but
okay,
fingers crossed.
We will definitely keep our fingers crossed. Yes.
Yeah.
And Extra Life started in 2008.
2008. Okay.
Thanks.
Brilliant.
Yes, all of the information is on our website, artifactsworldswide.com, under news. Speaking of the website, though, that's our third announcement. If you look next to where it says news on the menu, there's a new menu item. It's called polls. Because our Sunday afternoon program, Board Remotely, is looking for your input. So go to the website, artifactsworldswide.com, and help us decide what we're going to be playing next by taking our poll. It's a very quick poll. It's 4 choices. You just pick one. We've narrowed it down to 4 games. 1 is sci-fi, 1 is horror, and 2 are fantasy. But which one it ends up being will be entirely up to you. So head to artifactsworldswide.com and vote for your favorite. And, who knows? We might be introducing you to a game you didn't realize was out there, and you might end up enjoying playing it too.
It's tied right now.
Yes, it's tied right now between Secret World Legends and World of Warcraft, if I remember right.
Yes.
So, yeah. So get in there and get your vote, and then join us on Sunday afternoons, and we will be playing the winning game. All right. Any other announcements from anybody else? All right.
Do I have any?
No, maybe later.
Okay.
Maybe after the break. Maybe there'll be more announcements after the break.
Okay. Then let me go ahead and officially welcome all of you once again back to the lands of Aecathan. And welcome back. When last we left our intrepid band, which I have named Zeta, or Zada, I'm not sure how to pronounce it.
Or the end.
Zorith, Aramin, Tasha, Arabelle. So it could be Zeta, it could be Taza, it could be Taze, it could be Zat.
But Aramin's also an A, so it's
Could
two
be,
A's.
could
Yes,
be
I know.
Azat.
It could be Azat.
Or none of the above.
I'm not liking any of those damn names.
I'm just trying to find an abbreviation I can use for Twitter so I don't have to type out all those names every week. I've got much more to say and limited amount of space to say it. Yeah, Za.
He is silent. TZA.
It would be pronounced like Zar. Za.
Right.
We have to come up with a name, y'all.
Yes. But anyway, so when
We shall see.
last we left our group of 4 adventurers, they had completed their exoneration of Over-Sentinel Overmain from the charges of infidelity and dishonor, and received a personal thank you from him. The following day, they set off to investigate the second rumor that their contact, Wiggy, had told them about, that of a haunted warehouse. And finding very strange things had happened to the materials left in the warehouse, they ended up noticing that the floor was hollow, pried up some boards, and found a tunnel spiraling down into the darkness. But it only stayed dark for so long. As they approached the bottom of the tunnel, a light was seen coming from around the corner, and when they made the bend, they were looking at the Everwood, or what appeared to be the Everwood. When they stepped in, they discovered that it actually was a small grove of vegetation from the Everwood growing in a subterranean cavern with magical sunlight affixed to the roof of the cavern. And it appears that the magic warping properties of the Everwood came with the trees and the vegetation, because all of the magic that anyone was casting in this area was warping almost all the time. Not absolutely all the time, but much, much more than normal. Finding a secret door in the wall of the cavern, they followed another tunnel to a ladder, and the ladder led up through a trapdoor into a small hovel, which turned out to be just a block away or so from the warehouse. So taking this information, looking around, taking the one clue they found in the hovel, a long, bright red hair, they returned to the Ivory's Wrath for an evening meal and some planning. And I think, did we stop there, or did you all decide to rest and then we stopped? That was the one thing I couldn't recall.
Didn't we take baths? Or was that?
Yeah,
before
we went back to the inn and we took
That's
baths.
right. That's
The
right.
three
So-
ladies, I think, took baths, and Aramin was talking to Wiggy because when Wiggy said, "It's Wednesday night," he said, "What's Wednesday night?" "Drinking night."
Every night is drinking night.
Yep. All right. So you had not, in fact, retired for the evening.
No.
So
Not yet.
that is where we pick up. The
Can
ladies.
you pop- Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you to pop the map up. I have a thought in my head.
Uh-oh.
Yes, if I can find the right screen.
Okay, So, when we were in the warehouse, we
Mhm.
wandered around, but then we ended up in a different house, right?
Well, through
The-
the tunnel we came up.
Yes, the tunnel led to a different building.
But that's as far as the tunnel went, right? We didn't travel like way around and come back.
No. That's as
Okay.
far as the
I
tunnel
wondered-
went. You went back to the warehouse. You went back down the ladder, through the tunnel, through the grove, and back up the spiral tunnel into the warehouse and sort of reset it as best you could.
Okay, so we're not where it wasn't close to the walls of the Inner Enclave.
No.
Okay, I wondered if maybe that magic was causing the
The
fractures,
break. Yeah.
but it's
Yeah.
probably not close enough.
Yeah, you don't know.
Airman was also cutting his hair.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right,
Yes.
because he didn't like the cool long old man hair.
Yeah.
Because you
So-
aged.
Once I'm done with my shower or my bath, I'm gonna go downstairs and join them.
Me too.
All right.
Me too. 3.
So you find Airman and Wiggy sitting at your usual table, and Wiggy looks to be in the middle of a whopper of a story.
We sit down, I'm sure. I sit down. We sit down, I'm sure.
Oh, hey, look at this. A bigger audience. If there's one thing I love telling stories, it's to a bigger audience.
As long as you have a drink in your hand.
Oh, you look and you see like 3 empty flagons in front of him, plus the one he has in his hand.
Oh, good lord.
Well, does he finish his story?
Yeah.
When he's
and-
done, I'm gonna ask, so you know pretty much everyone in town. Outer Enclave at least, right?
Well, yeah, pretty much.
How many would you say have red hair?
Oh. Of the regulars or the people who, like, come in and out?
Well, if you can think of both, if you've got someone in particular, then I think red hair in general.
Well,
Long red hair.
Oh.
Yes, long red hair.
Long red
Long
hair?
red hair.
Oh. Yeah, there's only a few of those. Why?
It's just a theory I have.
Oh, all right. I was thinking if you want to date, that narrows it even smaller.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right.
Names,
Like I said,
people?
I know lots of people, and he gives you several names. Some of them are he tells you are children.
Okay. I guess I wasn't specific enough, but that's okay. I'll just go let him rattle.
Yeah, and he basically tells you about probably half a dozen people.
It's not that many.
No. And he says, now, of course, that's in the Outer Enclave. In the Inner Enclave, there's a lot more because red hair's in fashion right now. And you're going to see a lot of it.
Interesting.
Yeah, especially on the Inner Enclave because they can afford to go to the enchanters, and the enchanters can change it for them, and they basically got magical hairdressers in the Inner Enclave. I never understood that in a town ruled by barbarians, why you would have that sort of magic thing, but they do.
That is weird.
Yeah, well, I guess you could say that these barbarian tribes are a little bit more, what's a good word, cosmopolitan than the ones that you find way up north.
We brought the hair with us, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tasha, can you dispel magic on it?
Oh,
See if it changes color.
That would be.
Are we going to do it right here?
Yeah, we should probably do it back in the room.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I have to rest before we do that too. 'Cause
Okay. Maybe Maybe we should just check it in the morning just to make sure it's actually that color.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
That's smart.
That might tell us if it's somebody on the inner or outer enclave.
That's very smart.
Mm-hmm.
Aloric wanders over. The gang's all here. Successful day.
Indeed. Yeah, I guess so. We learned some things.
And, redheads? Did I hear right?
Aramin
Yes.
has a thing for them.
What did you just say?
Aramin has a thing for them.
Blondes, brunettes, redheads, they're all my favorite flavor.
I see. So, the Arch Sentinel need not worry about your advances then, because purple is not.
We'll see.
Well played.
I stifle a laugh because that's totally what my brother would say.
Aloric just nods as it well played. Well, Wiggy is well on his way to his usual Wednesday stupor. Is there anything I can get the rest of you?
Maybe
I'll
he
have
should
it, Ale.
his bill before he's too drunk to pay.
Oh no, on Wednesdays he pays before he starts drinking.
Oh, that is wild.
The Lord is smart.
We've been doing this dance for quite some time now, haven't we, Wiggy? Yeah. And it's great. I just hand him my coin purse, and I figure, he's trustworthy, so he takes what I owe and then he gives it back to me in the morning. That way, I also don't end up gambling away most of it. At least not on
Brilliant.
Wednesdays.
That's actually pretty smart.
Thank you. It was my idea.
I bet.
Yeah, and boy, you almost got stabbed that first night when you said, "Give me your purse."
I bet.
Well, let's just say you would have tried. I'll be back with your ale and some tea. And
Thank you.
cider?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Very well. I like him more and more. Every drink I have, I like him more.
I think that might be true of a lot of people.
Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, it kind of is. But so this one won't tell me nothing. What did you guys find?
What?
I look at Arabelle.
Strange, unexpected things.
Well, yeah,
We're not
it's a haunted warehouse. Of course, it's going to be strange, unexpected things. But like, what did you see? I've never had the guts to go in that place.
I don't think it's haunted.
Mm-mm.
He just has strange magic.
Really strange magic.
Huh. Well, that would certainly account for the apricots.
I would definitely recommend people still staying away from it. Just because we found magic there doesn't mean that we have the ability to do anything about it yet.
Okay.
It's going to take a little bit more research.
Do you need help? Like, I could recommend you people if you need, extra eyes or some books or,
Well, I'm not sure, because I'm not even sure what we're dealing with.
We still need to do more research.
All right.
Do you have a... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go, Nikki.
Is there a library, like a scholarly library in town?
There's a library in the Lord's Keep.
In the Inner Enclave?
Which we can go to now.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got the magic paper.
Magic paper.
Wiggy, what do you know of the Everwood?
I know that it's freaky.
Any lore on how it became that way?
Let's see what Wiggy knows.
That's my
Roll high.
Well, let me find his stats here so I know what to add.
You add 20.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, he has been here for a long time.
Yep.
And he knows things.
He does.
He knows things.
If you don't add 20,
Let's
you should definitely be minus 1.
see. Oh, okay. He says, well, let's see. I don't know anything personally, but I can tell you some of the stuff that I've heard other people say.
Okay.
Apparently, the Everwood is the only other thing besides the watchtowers that is still here from before the shattering.
Oh.
But apparently something that happened in the shattering really messed with some sort of I don't know. Some people say that it's a god. Some people say that it's a magical artifact. Nobody knows for sure. But there's something somewhere in the Everwood that keeps that place wild. And apparently it wasn't that way before the shattering, but the shattering did something to whatever it is. And now that the whole place is just nuts.
Hmm.
Why? What's the Everwood got to do with anything?
Not sure yet. Sorry for all the inconclusive answers, but that's honestly
No,
all we've got.
that's-
We
No.
really don't know yet.
No, that's fine. I'm you know, I'm surprised I remember anything. I mean, this is, At this point, Alaric walks up and sits another one down. Wiggy picks it up and goes, "Number 5." He takes a drink and he sits the drinks for everyone else down and says, "Will you be dining this evening?"
Oh, yes, please. I am hungry.
Very well. We have an absolutely wonderful stew this evening and fresh bread.
Stew it is.
Sounds
And-
perfect.
He looks at Aramin and says, "Knowing your particular proclivities, I had the cook make some with no meat or meat stock."
You are a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you very much.
I like my patrons to enjoy themselves. So, and everyone
Really
should have
fascinating.
everyone should have this stew. This is my cook's specialty, and I must admit it's something that even I have never been able to come close to.
Well, I look forward to it.
Very well. Wiggy? Nah, it just gets in the way of the drinking. But some bread. Bread would be good. Right. Bread it is. I'll be back. So yeah, books, library. Yeah, there's a fairly decent library in the in the Lord's Keep. But I'm thinking that even with that magic paper of yours, you're not going to be able to just walk in. So trying to think who you'd have to talk to.
The mage that's the assistant?
Well, I don't know, you could talk to Sten. But I'm thinking that you might actually want to talk to her teacher.
Whose teacher?
Sten.
Oh, the Lord,
yeah,
the Lord's assistant.
yeah.
or-
Tremane's Seneschal Aralakis.
Yeah.
Aralakis is pretty much the one in charge of the library. Yeah, there's yeah, he'd be the one to ask if you can get in to see him. But wait a minute, you said something you was going in there to find like property deeds and stuff.
Yep.
Oh, you're gonna have to talk to him anyway.
There you go.
So yeah, well, make a good impression and he might let you in to see the books.
All right.
It sounds amazing.
So tomorrow morning, deeds.
Yeah.
So, you're gonna have to go to the Lord's Keep.
Well, now we have papers.
Yep.
It'll be okay.
Here's hoping.
So far, things. And then I don't finish that. Like, I want to say, like, things have been going really great. I'm like, so far, things have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't.
Things have been things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not bad.
That's pretty much every day. Things are things. Sometimes those things are good things. Sometimes those things are bad things. But they are always things.
Correct.
They bite you.
You are quite the philosopher, Wiggy.
Oh yeah.
A philosopher and a gentleman.
No, just a philosopher.
I don't know how much of a gentleman he is.
Yeah. No, I leave that to the folks in the Inner Enclave. Out here,
Just
being a
yet.
gentleman gets you whopped.
Aloric seems to be a gentleman.
And a scholar.
Yeah, but look at him.
What's the point?
He's
What do you
unique.
mean?
Of course he's gonna be interesting. I'm me. So, I do what I do, and I don't try and do stuff that I don't.
Okay.
That sounds quite appropriate.
Yeah, I learned a long time ago what my strengths is and what my weaknesses is, and so I don't go to the places where my weaknesses would come into play, because then things don't go well. Let's put it that way.
Were you able to get? I know you kept saying VS is going to be interested in what's happening. Have you sent her any messages or anything? Heard back from her?
I got a note to her that she should contact me, and she sent me a message last night, and I told her about you and Grosk, and she was happy, and said to tell you to keep up the good work, and that, oh yeah, hold on, and he starts to feel around his person, and he's like, son of a bitch, somebody stole my purse.
Aloric has it. You gave it to him.
That bastard.
You know you gave it to him.
Oh, that's right, because it's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
All right. Hold on. And he gets up. He gets up, and he's a little wobbly, but he makes his way to the bar. He plops down on a stool, and you see him and Aloric talking.
So weird.
Well, I mean, we can kind of only solve one mystery at a time, but I don't know.
You don't know. Well, I mean, I think the first thing we should do is find out who lives in that house,
Right.
or at least owns it.
Yeah, because whoever it is, they are aware of where it leads and what it can do.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Oh, show.
I wonder about the house next door too. Because if I were trying to keep dealings shady, I might also purchase the place next door or rent it out at least. Just to keep things a little more private. Just something to think about. Maybe check that house and the next one.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should probably check the whole neighborhood.
Oh, that's smart.
Well,
The only problem is we
several
don't
of
really
those
know.
buildings are warehouses around there.
Right.
Right,
Functioning
but-
warehouses.
Are there any that aren't? Besides that one little hovel. So we should check all of the possible domiciles.
Oh shoot, I forgot what I was gonna say. No idea. It's gone. Whoop, fleeting.
Wiggy comes back over with a full tankard of ale again, and Aloric trailing behind him with a huge platter, which he sits down and starts sitting out bowls in front of everyone but Wiggy, and then grabs a towel and grabs this pot and just sits it in the middle of the table. And it's got a lid, and the lid has a little notch for the
spoon.
Yeah, for the ladle that is apparently sticking out of it. And even though the lid is still on, you're catching just the faint scent of some truly amazing spicing.
Yum. I can't wait.
And he sits a couple of bowls, larger bowls on the table that are like they're wrapped in linen. And then he reaches behind him into a bag on his belt and pulls out a fairly decent-sized pouch of money and says, "All right, Wiggy, what am I to do with this?" Yeah. Viesa said that you guys did good and to give you all a bonus. So, and he leans toward Aloric and in a very bad stage whisper goes, 50 gold each. Or if you can find the platinums, just 5 of those. I can find the platinums, Wiggy. And he shuffles in and reaches and counts out 5 platinum and sits it in front of each of you.
Nice.
I look at Arabelle and I say, "Would you like me to hold these for you?"
Oh, I have plans for them. Thank you, though.
Fantastic.
Well, enjoy your dinner. I'm certain you will.
I am certain we will as well.
And
I'm sure he'll bring Airman's in a minute.
Yes.
Yeah. Ooh, was he brought bread?
Yes, that's what's in the 2 larger bowls wrapped in linen. You unwrap them and there's steaming slices of fresh bread.
Ooh, happy day.
Mm-hmm. And he almost immediately returns with a smaller pot that he sits down next to Airman.
Beep, 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 beep. Dear Uber Eats, can you bring me some stew? Oh, never mind.
Bread.
Bread, right?
Oh, Airman certainly partakes of it.
Yep.
Good.
His smells just slightly different because it doesn't have that sort of beefy base to it. But otherwise, very, very similar, and it's amazing.
Excellent.
Did you get your delivery? Your biscuits or whatever? Was that today? They were going to bring back your biscuits.
Oh, that's right.
I believe they did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Was that
You have to
today?
check with Aloric.
Yeah, they would have given him to Aloric.
Oh, yeah.
Probably right in the middle of dinner rush, not the best time, though.
Biscuits.
Well, he's eating it at the moment anyway, so.
Right.
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 Biscuits.
Mm-hmm. So,
That's why you might have biscuits with your soup.
Well,
you see Wiggy nibbling on some bread, and you can't help but think that's probably a good thing.
right.
We just keep kind of sneaking some over, so he just keeps he'll set a piece down and then we put a fresh one there, so he just keeps eating it.
Smart.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Oh,
Nice. Do it. He should be at disadvantage because he's drunk.
And he will make a perception check at disadvantage.
So who's doing it?
I
You
figured
should have Aramet do it.
Arabelle.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh.
Airman.
Arabelle said she was doing it, so
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to be sneaky though. Not 16. 14.
That ain't terrible.
Yeah, it's fine.
Let's see. That's wisdom. He doesn't notice.
He just keeps on.
Hilarious. Hilarious. That's what I was
He just keeps talking, and every so often he reaches down and picks the bread up and takes another bite, and every 4 or 5 bites, suddenly there's a new slice there, and he doesn't really seem to notice at all.
Well, after
You really should try this stew, Wiggy.
Oh no, I've had it before.
Really good.
Yeah, it is. It is very good. But I've also found out that it does not mix with a large quantity of ale very well.
yuck.
Let's just say I don't want to have it twice, and leave it at that.
Yeah, let's leave it there.
Airman finishes his bowl and tells Lorik that he'll have the rest for breakfast in the morning.
Very well. I'm glad you liked it. Cook was a little
Excellent.
unhappy that I asked her to make it without the meat, because she'd never done it that way before, but I will let her know that it was so appreciated. The patron has requested to have it for 2 meals instead of 1. That will mollify her.
Tell her that this is very excellent stew.
I will pass
And
that
I
along.
appreciate her extra efforts.
I will pass that along as well.
Is there something going on tonight for entertainment?
No. Not usually on Wednesdays.
Would you like there to be?
If you would like to play, you are more than welcome. I would never say no to a bard of your talent.
I look over at Tasha and I say, I didn't, you don't have to. I was just checking because I was going to go upstairs and.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Then I excuse myself. I clear off the table, like kind of push it to the middle so it can be picked up, and I run upstairs and I get some paper, my paper and my quills, and I bring them downstairs to like right at the table, so I don't miss any of her performance.
Okay.
And I finish my stew, and I have another piece of bread, and then I get out my lute and go to the area and start playing.
Is this the traveling lute or the fancy lute?
The fancy lute?
Okay.
No, I sold the other lute.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So I have but the one, just the fancy one.
All right.
So this is not going to be a gluten-free entertainment.
No.
Oh!
Absolutely not.
Wow, that one was. I don't want to say bad, but it was certainly unexpected.
Come at you sideways, didn't it?
Oh yeah, it was good though. It was good.
Mm-hmm. It just shows it just shows that you two have gluten intolerance. So.
Well,
I don't like either of you.
she's going to string us up.
Uh-huh.
Cute. I see what you did there.
I would say she has pegged us correctly.
Mm.
Pun war!
That's funny.
Just like the old days.
Just tune them out.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Don't help.
I asked Aloric if his cook is still there.
He said no, she's gone for the day.
Oh, okay.
This was left once it was all put together, it was left in my care to make sure that it was stirred and didn't burn. But she's quite old.
Ah.
So she works in the mornings and about to mid-afternoon and then goes home.
Smart.
Well, maybe I can speak with her in the morning. I'd like to let her know how much we enjoyed it.
What's her name?
Cook.
Ah,
Is that a
Cook.
Jeff
Got
answer or
it.
is that an Alaric answer?
Mrs. Cook, spelled Koch. Mrs. Cook.
Nice. I like it.
He just says, everyone just calls her Cook. I don't know that she would answer to her real name any longer.
yikes.
Interesting. Well, I started writing on my papers.
All right. Tasha,
Mm-hmm.
if you would, make me a performance roll, please.
25?
25.
Nice.
So, what type of entertainment are you giving them this evening?
Playing the lute.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
Sorry.
Yeah,
From the Paladin, no less, ladies and gentlemen.
right. Well, I'm going to play and sing some of the old like adventure story songs that I know.
All right.
And I'll throw in some, some sad lovelorn things and
Okay.
I wipe a tear.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody seems very appreciative. There's practically no conversation going on anywhere in the Wrath while you're playing.
Yeah. And I'll play for like a couple sets.
Okay. All right. When you finish, there is a very enthusiastic round of applause, and people start to walk up to you and start reaching out to shake your hand and start pressing coins into your hand as they say thank you and tell you how much they enjoyed the performance.
Groupies.
I get a hat, and I put the hat down,
Okay.
and I start putting money in the hat.
All right. When all is said and done, you have 10 copper, 3 silver, and 2 gold.
10 copper, 3 silver, and 2 gold.
Nice.
And you see several people stopping to talk to Alaric as they leave. And you see him kind of shaking his head a lot.
Uh-oh.
When he comes back over to check on drinks and to bring you another ale on the house, he says, "It's the least I can do. If you have a desire to play again while you're in town, let me know about a day in advance so that I can do some publicity. We had several patrons asking when you'd be playing next. And I had to tell them I didn't know you were a guest, not hired entertainment."
Well, when is usually a good day for that kind of thing?
Well, we regularly have music on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday evenings, but we have established performers that come in on those nights.
Well, then let's just say Wednesdays. So I'll play next Wednesday.
All right. Excellent. I'll get the word out and maybe see about some extra chairs and tables.
That's awesome. And thank you for the ale.
Oh, thank you for the music. Makes an evening go by much more pleasantly. And you see, as he says pleasantly, you see his eyes flicker to Zorith for half a second, and then he turns and walks back to the bar.
She blushes. Fuck you.
I glanced just from the corner of my eye.
Was that a Zorith fuck you or a Nikki fuck you?
And Nikki, fuck you. After he leaves, I lean over to Tasha and I said, "Oh, all right. Well, that might work out better than I thought it would."
What?
Because I didn't mean for you to have to perform. I just I love it and I didn't want to miss it, but you didn't have to. I'm sorry, but
Well, number one, I need to keep in practice. So this is a good thing for me. And number two, it's a little extra cash.
right. And maybe
And
next
free
time
ale.
say you'll get off.
And free ale. There's nothing wrong with free ale. And
And Wiggy, who has fallen asleep in his chair at this point, goes, "Up, free ale?"
not for you, for me.
Oh, okay.
Some chicks can't hold their smoke. That's what it is.
Hey, what it is?
No, man.
All right.
And if we have a little extra cash, then we can use it for, things that we need along the way.
You mean slipping some coin for the right information?
Whatever we need it for.
Got it.
Equipment, weapons, whatever.
Got it. Well then, if everything's all done, I'm gonna head up to the bedroom.
Sam, I need to rest and get my spells back.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna stay up writing for a bit.
All right. As you start to get up, you kind of look over, and Wiggy's still asleep in his chair.
You need help home?
No. No, I'll let him sleep until I'm ready to close up, and then we'll get him home.
All right. Well, you have a good evening.
It's part of the service he pays for.
Whether he knows it or not, huh?
Exactly.
I hope he sleeps well.
Oh, he does. He's an exceptionally generous tipper, especially on Wednesdays.
I think that's only fair.
And good night, all.
Good night.
I get up and I say, I'll be back a little later. I'm gonna go out for a walk.
Do you need help or company?
No.
Okay.
I go outside and basically I just
Case the joint.
I scamper up to the top of the building.
Okay. Make an athletics check.
Athletics or okay,
Athletics.
right.
If you did a backflip up there, maybe you could go up.
18.
18. All right. With very little difficulty.
Okay. I kind of want to get the best vantage point I can of this part of the city and just kind of look around, see if there's anything interesting to look at.
All right. Keep in mind, it is now nighttime, and your dark vision only extends so far.
Right.
So you're only going to see...
Well, what's the moon like?
It is, if I remember correctly, just past Crescent, towards full. So there's a little light, but not a lot.
And what is
Okay.
today's day of the week?
Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
It's drinking day.
That's right. I don't know why I forgot that.
Okay, I'm not really looking for trouble or anything. I'm just looking to see what's going on, if anything. Anything interesting.
Just people walking the streets. Obviously, some people headed home from work, some people headed to work, some people just taking in the night air.
Okay.
You see a couple families walking along the streets together. Occasionally, someone will nod or wave at someone else they pass that they know. All in all, just seems like a normal
Okay.
evening in a town where some people know each other and some people don't.
All right. After about a half hour or so, I climb back down, and I walk to the walls of the Inner Enclave.
Okay.
I want to look at some of the fractures, just to see if I can see anything.
All right. So basically, if you cross the street from the Ivory's Wrath, there's a gate right there, because that's where you went in to go
Right.
to meet with the Arch Sentinel. So which direction do you want to go? Do you want to go west around the Inner Enclave or east around the Inner Enclave?
Let's head west.
Remind me where the Ivory's Wrath is, please. Okay, yeah, right. That's right.
Yep. It's right there. All right. I need you to make an investigation check.
So you're on the inside or the outside?
Outside. That is 17.
17. You walk for probably half an hour.
Okay.
You end up moving along here and then up past this gate and then around here and past this gate. When you get over here is where
Can you pop the
Oh.
map up?
Yep, sorry.
Sorry, we don't have roll 20 up tonight.
Whoops. Follow along, you got. Oh, you
There
can't
we
follow along.
All right.
Ah!
When you get here,
Yeah.
you find the first crack that you've come across. Well, let's see. What would this be? Make a straight intelligence check.
Ooh. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, okay. You have actually seen a crack that looks a little bit like this in a wall in a building back in Costed's Wave. And you know that that building on the outside was actually hit by a bolt from a ballista. And
Okay.
it has that sort of impact fracture look to it. Like there was a center point of impact, and the cracks are all radiating out from this center point. But on the outside of the wall, there's no impact point. But otherwise, it looks exactly identical to that.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I make my way around back to the in.
All right. Do you want to go back around or continue around?
Continue around.
Okay.
Let's just lap the city.
All right. Yeah, it takes you about an hour. Well, maybe a little less than an hour because you're not... Well, I don't know. Are you examining the wall all the way around?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to see if it's a similar pattern in other areas.
Okay. You get all the way around back to the Wrath, and it's the only one you've seen.
Okay. All right. Well, I go back in and head up to my room.
All right.
I will sit down with my little book and my pen and quill, or my quill and ink, and try to draw the crack fragments as I saw them.
All right.
And
make
little notes.
Make a performance check.
Okay. $18.
18. You are pretty confident that you got all the pertinent details rendered in that drawing.
And I just make notes along the side next to the drawing on Costed's way and how it looked and my analysis of what I found.
Okay.
And that's all I do the rest of the evening.
All right.
I'm going to get up early. I have a couple errands I want to run in the morning.
Anybody else doing anything before you sleep/meditate?
Just passing out, dude.
Okay. All right. Then, first thing in the morning, the sunlight breaks over the eastern horizon. A few minutes later, it actually breaks over the outer wall. But it looks like it's going to be a nice day. There doesn't seem to be a cloud in the sky.
All right. I have two things I want to do.
Okay.
I want to go to the bakery and get some pastries for Zori.
All right.
Who's got the hair?
I think Laura does.
Who's got the red hair?
Zori.
Okay, so I wake up, get dressed, go to Zori's room. Knock, knock, knock.
I open the door. What was your second thing, Arabelle?
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. Go ahead. I'm still at the bakery.
Okay.
That's fine. Do your thing.
Hey, Zori. You got that hair?
Yep. And I take it out of my little pile of stuff there and I hand it to her.
All right. I look at it. And I cast a spell magic on it.
All right. You hold the hair cupped in your hands
Mm-hmm.
and sing softly the somatic or the verbal components of the spell. Put it in one hand, use the other hand for the somatic components, and the spell goes off. Nothing changes.
Okay. Well, it's not magical. That's really red.
Yep. I'll be down for breakfast in a little bit.
All right. Meanwhile, at the bakery,
at the bakery. I greet the brothers.
You walk in and you see Saradis out front, and he's like, "Oh, hey!
Hey!
Hugh! Get out here!"
How are you?
I'm we're doing great. We're doing great. Thanks for that biscuit order.
Oh, absolutely.
That was huge.
I just wanted to get like a dozen assorted pastries this morning, if
And
that's okay.
you see Hugh walk out from the back, covered in flour, dusting his hands off, and he's, "Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, pastries was it? Huh.
Yes. Just an
Absolutely.
assortment.
Oh, you're gonna leave it up to us, all right?
Yeah.
We give you some of our
Who
favorites
better?
then. Some people like different things, but yeah, we'll set you up something good. Don't worry.
Thank you.
And he and Saradis immediately start kind of almost like old couple arguing about what's supposed to go in this. But they eventually settle on a good mixture,
All right.
and he says, "All right, that'll be 1 silver, please."
I give him a platinum.
Ah, thank you very. I think you gave me the wrong coin. I know
No, keep the change.
they're both silvery, but
Keep the change. It's fine.
you could almost buy the bakery for this, miss.
Give him a gold instead.
She doesn't have to.
Don't break the poor man.
Sar leans over and whispers, "Just take it. She's wonderful." All right. But
Have a lovely day.
as far as I'm concerned, this is the beginning of your account with us. So you've got 4 gold, 9 silver credit left.
And
He doesn't take tips well.
yeah, I did. That was funny. Have a lovely day.
Thanks, you too.
And then I go to the Temple of Dressfiend.
Okay.
I figure they're open early.
Most likely.
It's the closest good temple.
I know, I was like,
Yeah, it's Tasha's temple.
it
It's
is
a
meant.
good. It's a good deity. I'm familiar because they study at the whatchamacallit too.
Mm-hmm. You walk in. Now you've been here before,
Yes.
Mhm.
so you recognize the sort of middle-aged halfling priest.
Say good morning.
She's
Whoa.
giving you some of that.
Good morning. And how may a humble servant of the singing lady help you this morning?
I just wanted to say a couple prayers. I didn't think Torora or Dressfiend would mind if I did them here.
Oh, no, not at all. Feel free. Have a seat.
Thank you. So I do my prayers there, and then I think when we were there before, they had a box,
Mm-hmm.
donation alms box, and as I leave, I drop a platinum in there.
Okay.
Hilarious.
We thank you for your donation, sister.
You do good work,
Well,
and
we try.
Dressfiend's blessings have been with me and my companions. So
Really? Do you mind me asking how?
well, you
Clearly.
met Tasha.
Oh, yes, the young bard. I
Yes.
understand now. Well, Give her me greetings.
I shall. I believe both our ladies put us in each other's paths.
And may ye both find joy.
Have a wonderful day. And then I go back and I knock on Zori's door.
All right, well, I think Tasha's probably in there with her at
Okay.
this point. And the door's probably, like, ajar. So. And you hear...
What is in the door?
I knew it was going to do that.
What?
Said, I think it's probably a door.
Mm-hmm. The door is ajar. No, it's not, you stupid car. It's a door.
I tap on the door as it pushes open.
Man,
Bring in the bakery box.
definitely come in. And I like smooth a little place on my bed so that she may sit down her box and the box of donuts.
I set them down. Kiss Zori on the
Naughty.
head.
Do
Kiss Zori on the head. These are for you, my dear.
you want some?
Well,
Well,
yeah.
Maybe when we get downstairs, but I figure you'd want like pre-breakfast.
Oh, yes. There could be coffee.
Yes.
Oh, also, the hair is not magical.
Sorry to have you
Oh, it's okay.
waste it, but just to be
Good
sure.
to know.
Yeah.
I mean, because if it were magical, that would change the whole not quest, but just the line of questioning, you know?
Right. Because likely it would be somebody on the Inner Enclave who could afford that. And,
Right.
not that it still couldn't be, but it helps.
Yeah, I think it's probably from someone maybe even that doesn't live here on the regular.
Mm-hmm.
Could be the person who impersonated, what's her name?
True. I wonder what color her hair is. I forgot.
Oh, I don't think we ever would have known or would have asked.
Well, we saw her body, the
Yeah.
dead lady,
Oh, yeah, I
but we
didn't
don't know who pretended to be her.
True.
Did she have red hair?
No.
I don't think so.
She
No,
was
I
a
think we
brunette.
asked that. But it could be a bad person.
I mean, I'm gonna go with it was a bad person.
Well,
Right.
that killed her, but we don't know that it's a bad person who created the grove.
Okay. Well, no, not necessarily.
It could be somebody who was fascinated by the thing and didn't know what they got themselves into.
Yeah.
Not everybody's bad.
As a purveyor of wild magic, that could happen.
And then they don't know what to do about it and they're afraid to come clean. Or it could be somebody up to no good. I mean,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I do. I know what she's talking about.
Right. All right, I'll be down in a little bit.
I will see you both down there.
Tasha, take a donut or a Danish or something. Take a pastry
Okay, take a pastry.
or two.
And I wanted to see if the cook was in.
I just take the one.
I'll take the other one and start
Because I
eating.
had 3 things.
And
He said the cook would be there in the morning. I figured she'd be there early. And it's not busy yet.
No. So you head down, and you see Aloric just starting to set the tables. Good morning, Lady Arabelle.
Good morning. Did you rest well?
For what rest I was able to get, yes.
oh dear.
Wednesdays are short nights because it takes some time to get Wiggy home.
That's what I thought.
Just push him in the corner in a cot or something.
It's too dangerous.
No.
You can't leave him in the bar because you'd come back to the bar and there would be a lot less ale.
That's possible.
Could lock him in a room.
It's probable.
I wondered if your cook might be able to spare a moment.
Well, you're welcome to try.
Is it okay?
She is currently in what I would call dervish mode, but you're welcome to try and speak with her.
I will try to stay out of her way. It's okay if I just go back?
Mm-hmm.
She'd walk in.
All right. You're taken aback for a moment because usually any kitchen that you're responsible for, everything's very organized. This appears to be utter chaos. But
he did say dervish mode.
as you stand there watching this small, ancient woman dart around the kitchen, you start to get a sense that it may be chaotic, but there's a certain flow to the chaos that she appears to know intimately. And so she's able to work on squeezing juice out of fruit and then stop, seemingly for no reason, dash to the stove and flip griddle cakes, and then run over to the oven and pull something out and baste it, and then back to the fruit, and then to another oven to check bread, and it's just seemingly no rhyme or reason, but nothing's burning. Nothing's getting overcooked at all.
Yeah, I just stand there and watch and smile because it's like a symphony. Like everything's going in the right spot, and it would be chaos to anyone else, but Arabelle enjoys it immensely.
Yep.
Well, she'd wait till it looks like there'd be a time to say hello, or she notices her. She doesn't want to startle her or disrupt her flow.
And you watch for probably a good 10 minutes, and then you hear this little voice say, in almost a Doppler effect as it passes you, "Well, you gonna just stand there and watch, or you got something to say?"
Well, my friends and I are staying here, and I wanted to compliment you on our wonderful dinner last night.
Oh, the stew, yeah. I'm glad you liked it.
And thank you again for making a variation for our friend who doesn't eat meat.
You see her, like, skid to a halt, and she looks up at you and goes, "That was against my nature. But I'm glad he liked it." Then she
so much so he asked for it for breakfast.
Yeah. That's what the tall one said.
You are a wonder to watch.
You've been doing this long enough, you figured out.
I dabble, but nowhere near as talented as you.
Do it long enough, you'd learn too. You figure out, baste the meat, check the bread, 5 turns on the juicer. That's when you flip the griddle cakes. It's just math.
I will remember that. But I wanted to meet you and thank you. And so Tasha doesn't yell at me. I give her 2 gold pieces. I'd give her more, but Tasha would yell at me.
All right, what do you want?
That was just thank you.
No. That gets you a special request. What do you want?
Nothing. Everything's been wonderful.
She screeches to a halt again and actually really looks at you. Oh. One of them do-goodin' Terrarans. All right, fine. Off with you. Swipes
Have
the
a
gold
lovely day.
pieces and goes right back into the mayhem.
I watch for another minute and then I leave.
That is freaking hilarious.
I see Aloric on my way out. She's wonderful.
She's a little scary. I don't interrupt her when she's doing this.
I watched for a while. It was
She's
great.
she's a chaotic kitchen witch. That's what she is.
Pretty much.
Come over and sit down.
And the thing is, after all the time watching her and talking to her and everything, you're still not exactly sure what species she is. She could be a very slender halfling, she could be a tall gnome, she could be a very short human. You're not sure.
She didn't have a beard, so she's not a dwarf.
Right.
That's all I know.
And she's not
Just
an
a
elf.
few Nana hairs.
She's too short to be an elf.
Yeah, and she's definitely not an elf.
That's hilarious.
I just grin and go over to the table and sit down.
I eventually make my way back downstairs and have a seat at the table
Aloric comes over
with my book.
Aloric comes over with a carafe and a steaming pot, probably hot water. Sits it down on a hot pad and sits the carafe down and says, "Pear juice, not cider, just juice, and water for tea."
Thanks, Lord.
Now I want a pear.
Definitely pour the tea.
All right.
I bring down my big box of donuts or pastries. I'm just hopeful for donuts right now. That's all. Pastries,
Ooh.
and I offer the box to take one to Aloric. Pastry?
Oh. For me.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. This is a first. I don't think anyone's ever brought me food for me before.
Well, then take two.
Oh, one will be fine, but oh, they have my favorite. And he
Oh, good.
reaches in and picks up one that appears to be. It looks like it's a dark blue pastry of some kind, but you can see there's also like the white of cream in there too.
Yum. Looks delicious. Enjoy. And I set the rest down at the middle of the table and just pull up a chair. Take another pastry.
All right. You
Just
see,
kind of sit there, with the cup of tea in my hand, and I'm studying the inside of that book, thinking, going over things in my head.
you look over and you see Aloric actually leaning back in a chair behind the bar, eating that pastry.
I think everybody should have pastries all the time. I look at my brother. I look at my brother and I say, well, what have you figured out?
Nothing. That's the problem. He sits the book down with the page open. Went and did a little investigating on the wall last night and come across the cracks in the wall. It looks like an impact fracture, except there's no impact point,
Hmm.
and I can't figure out what might have caused something like that.
Do you think there's an impact point on the other side?
I don't know.
I'm trying to remember, Jeff, either from when we were coming here or if I know. Like, there must have been battles here, right? I mean,
Oh, they have been. Yeah. But, well, let's put it this way. You assume. Make a history check. Let's see if you know.
I'm going to use guidance because I'm really thinking about this. I can pick up my dice. Yeah, I know nothing. 13.
You remember vaguely when you were training, you had a class talking about Aecathan history, and they said something about there having been some historic battle at Thunder's Edge, but beyond that, you don't remember when or any of the details about it, really.
Okay, this is kind of out there, so maybe it's stupid.
What?
So if there were battles here, which I believe there were, if I remember right,
Mm-hmm.
well, they probably repaired the damage, some practically, but some maybe magically. Do you think the wild magic could be disrupting, and those are old battle scars?
Well, the only place we know of in town with the wild magic is underneath the warehouse.
Right.
And this fracture was on the opposite side of the city.
What if there's more spots like that underground somebody trying to...
It's possible.
There would probably be more cases of weird instances, though, that they couldn't explain.
Yeah, I think more people would be talking about it, and there would be more speculation and stuff
About hauntings. And
Well-
what.
Yeah, because the warehouse is so not widely talked about, but it's like it's such a big deal that if some other place in town had it, hopefully there
Well,
would be
it's
information.
it's worth sticking a pin in just to see what. I don't want to leave anything or write anything off that is a possibility, because
Right.
right now I'm at a loss.
Yep. Well, let's eat breakfast and then get on the road and get on over to the Inner Enclave. Is it a note that we have to carry with us?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need to take
No.
that with us to get into the keep.
I think Arabelle has that note because I do not have it.
Yeah. I think so. You gotta keep me around if I have it.
Yep. Or search your dead body for it when that happens. Totally kidding.
True.
The worst. Well,
No, we all know Airman would do it.
that's true. I don't think I would. Let's head on out. I mean, if everybody's done with breakfast.
Yeah, what kind of a pastry did I get?
Whatever you want it to be, my love.
Ooh. Something chocolate.
Mmm.
And coffee.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course there was coffee.
Always coffee.
There's always coffee.
Well, I have my stew and I'm ready for the day.
All right.
The cook was fascinating.
What was fascinating about her?
I've never seen someone cook in that manner. It was chaotic, but completely, it looked chaotic, but it was completely planned. God, she was just
I finally figured out the perfect analogy for what that looked like. If you've ever seen Doctor Who and you've ever seen the Doctor try to fly the TARDIS by himself.
Oh, yes, that's what it looks like. You're totally right.
Yeah. Dashing here, there, everywhere, and it seems like nothing makes any sense, but everything he's doing is being done for a reason, in a pattern, in order, and some of it is very, like, meticulously performed. So
Right.
I think, yeah, that's why she just sat there and watched, because she could make out what she was doing at the end. And for Arabelle, who's very much order and done, it just it was entertaining.
Well, yeah, you get the sense that Cook is doing the job of about 4 people all by herself.
Just the way she wants it. She doesn't want anybody else in there, I bet.
Probably not.
They just get in her way.
Yeah, Arabelle almost was like, is there anything I can... Yeah. Maybe get out.
You got it.
All right.
All right.
So you leave the Wrath and literally just walk across the street, and you see 2 members of the Rekeliad standing there. One young male human, and the other a somewhat older female dwarf. Make a perception check, everyone, as you walk up.
Oh.
14.
Oh, 18.
15.
5.
Advantage.
5. Okay. Well, Zorith, you're
Finishing the last of my pastries.
and kind of focusing on looking around. The other 3 of you, especially Tasha, as you walk toward the gate, you hear a tune being hummed, and it
This is a tune I
splits.
know.
No. It at one point it splits and becomes a duet.
Ooh.
And as you get closer to the gate, you realize that it's the young man and the lady dwarf that are just standing guard, looking out at everyone, and they're humming together.
That's rather sweet. Greetings, comrades.
And the humming stops abruptly. And the dwarf steps forward. She's holding a polearm that appears to be made for her height. And she says, "State her business."
We're headed to the Lord's Keep, and I pull out the letter. Hand it to him.
Okay. She takes it, opens it, and says, "Well, now he's done it." "What's he done?" "Here." She hands the paper to the young man. He looks at it, reads it through, and then goes, "You're the 4. Huh. Well, I'll be." Hands it back to Arabelle, and
Put it away.
immediately bows, stands back up, and says, "I am Athgarr Skend, member of the Lion Clan, and it is my honor to welcome you, Lion Clan friends, to the Inner Enclave." And you see the dwarf going, "It's going to be one of those days."
I kind of smirk a little bit, but I definitely give him a bow that would be honorable.
Me too.
Yes.
Honorable bow.
I lean to the other one and I say, what's who done?
It has been suggested that perhaps Sentinel Overmain went a bit far in his gratitude, but what's done is done.
Well,
I think what he did was absolutely the right thing. I mean, these four saved his honor, saved the honor of our clan. And again, she just goes, yes, Athgarr, they did indeed. And I suppose you're going to want to be showing them around, too. Well, it's my duty. Right.
But don't you need to stay at your post?
I'll get someone else. And she begins humming a tune that, Tasha, do you know the sending spell?
Yeah, I think so.
You recognize the tune she's humming.
Huh.
It's the sending spell. And then she immediately closes her eyes for a moment, and you can tell she's sending a message, and then she opens them and just kind of cocks her head for a moment, and then after another few seconds goes, "You're relieved." Oh, you have no idea. Well, friends, let me see if I get this right. You are Zorith and Araman, and he points at Zorith and Araman.
Right.
Excellent,
Yep.
excellent. And that means that you would be Tasha, and he points at Arabelle.
Close.
Oh. Really? Oh. My apologies. Tasha, and you would be the Lady Arabelle.
Yes.
Consider me your guide.
Excellent.
Do we want to split up to make the tasks faster, or
Everything's at the Lord's Keep, I think.
we're in town? Tasha.
What's your point?
Shopping? She wants to shop.
I mean, those two have already ventured out on their own, so let's not even pretend this is a don't split the party kind of thing.
Well, for incidentals, no. But for...
We're going into the Inner Enclave while we have this lovely piece of paper and this really adorable barbarian. We still have no idea what we're getting ourselves into, and there is
Correct.
bullshit afoot.
Yeah, we need
All
to
right.
go to the keep and talk to the seneschal about the deeds, and we need to see if we can get into the library.
Yes,
Oh.
please.
You need to talk to Aralakis.
Gesundheit.
Yes.
Oh.
Is that bad?
He's just a little creepy. I mean, he is the Lord's Seneschal, but
You're
He's a
refreshingly
little creepy.
honest.
so I have been told repeatedly. At least you seem to appreciate it.
Indeed, I do.
It's one of the few times I haven't been yelled at for it.
Well, there is at times a time and place for discretion.
What's that?
Uh-huh.
You may work on that some other time.
I'll ask around. It sounds like
Okay.
something I should know.
Probably.
Definitely.
Discretion. What would one rhyme with discretion?
Transgression, progression.
Depression, recession.
As they start to
Correction.
walk on, I kind of stay behind, and I want to speak to the dwarf for a minute.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So you don't seem quite as impressed by that letter as your friend over there. Are we going to meet with any issue? We're not, like, going to dishonor other people by exercising this, are we?
You know, it actually speaks well of you that you're even thinking that, let alone asking the question.
Well,
I'm one of the few people who has a right to question what Krosk did, because I hold even rank with him.
Oh wow.
She's an overseer.
I'm Over Sentinel Jatrabella Nightbane of the Porcupine Clan.
me. Well, I do know that we have a specific task and goal here in the city. And our task and goal will certainly meet with a lot of expedition with the assistance of the Inner Enclave. And so I don't want to
Step on toes.
disrupt that. I was more than happy to help out your peer in his apparent dishonor, but I don't want others to feel slighted because of it.
This is your first time in Thunder's Edge, I take it.
Indeed.
Well, no one's going to feel slighted. They may be curious. They're likely going to be watching you very closely to see if, in their estimation, you're actually deserving of the honor that Krosk bestowed upon you. But having Athgarr along will smooth some of that.
Good.
He doesn't like to talk about it, but he's the Lord's son.
The Lord Mayor's
Oh.
son?
Lord Tremane's son, yes.
Lord Tremane's son.
In his clan, surnames are taken from the mothers. That's why
See.
his last name is Skend. He's trying so hard to succeed in spite of his lineage. And yet, he does seem to realize that everyone already knows. And there's no way he's going to step out from under that particular shadow. Although
Well-
watching him try is sometimes entertaining.
Well, what he'll learn to realize is that it's not other people he's trying to impress. He's trying to measure up to his own ideas. And when he realizes that, he'll probably be just fine.
Perhaps. Only if he realizes his personal ideals are better suited for folklore than reality.
That comes with maturity.
Yes. We're still waiting. But he
Well-
means well.
Thank you for your time.
Of course.
And I turn and catch up with the rest of them.
All right. You catch up to them, and Athgarr is giving you this sort of like full-throated guided tour, pointing out every building you pass, whether it's relevant or not.
Good. I start making mental note of everything.
Right. Mostly
No.
he's just telling you that, so-and-so lives here, and that's the home of such and such and their spouse, and the one thing he says that is of interest to you particularly is you reach you reach this intersection here, and he says, and should you have any needs in the way of arms or armaments of any kind, just around that corner is the Minotaur's Arms. And although there is not a Minotaur that works there, the young lady who does has arms like one. I think they named the place after her, but I don't know that for certain.
Well, I gotta check this out.
There'll be time for shopping.
And then he turns to the right and takes you up along a street you hadn't traveled on before and to the entrance of the Lord's Keep.
Ah, nifty.
Cuckoo. Any advice for speaking with Aralakis?
Urinate first.
Excuse me?
We don't scare easily.
Yes. All right. Very well.
That's what's true.
It's probably because I've known him since I was very small, and he terrified me then, and nothing has changed.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
He probably enjoys that a little bit.
I don't think Aralakis enjoys anything.
That's funny. Well, let us be on our way then.
All right.
Continue.
He heads toward the building, and you see two other members of the Keliad standing there, and they nod at Athgarr and then kind of look at you and look at him. I am pleased to present to you, my fellows, those brave adventurers who have been declared clan friends of the Clan of the Lion. And you see the two guards kind of go,
Oh, nice.
all right, head on in.
Okie doke.
Yeah. So, you head into the Lord's
Uh-oh.
Keep.
Can't hear you.
Is it the bows?
Oh, it's our end.
Oh, all right.
It's behind you.
So it is.
All right, how about now?
All right. Now,
There.
our sound system shuts off every 24 hours.
Oh, okay. You head into the Lord's Keep. You walk into a rather severe but well-furnished entry hall. Lots of weapons. And you see there is another member of the Raykeliad there, who immediately looks up and walks over to meet you as you walk in. Athgarr. Yes, these are the clan friends of the Lion Clan, so noted by Over-Sentinel Overmane. They request an audience with the Seneschal. Huh. Alright, well, stay here. Let me go see if he's available.
I just start looking around, taking note of everything in the room.
Athgarr waits until the other guard leaves and says, "He's always available. I don't think he sleeps. It's a matter of if he feels like it or not."
Well,
You might be busy.
when you get to be that important, you get to be particular about who you see.
Well, if that's how you want to put it, that's your prerogative. I don't think he's that important, but the Lord does.
Oh, he is. He is to us at the moment, so
Fair enough. The other guard comes back. He says he'll see you. Then he points at Athgarr and says, "But he demands that you be peace bonded." Oh, very well.
What did you do?
He pulls out a ribbon and ties the hilt of his sword to his scabbard and says, "There. Happy? I don't care either way, but now you can go in."
Hilarious.
Athgarr leads you down a hallway, several closed doors that you pass. There are what look to be torch sconces, but instead of torches, there are just sort of floating balls of light. Not terribly bright, but bright enough that just kind of hover over the
Peace
sconces.
bonded. Does all of your guards have to be peace bonded to come and see? Or is
No.
it just because it's your dad? I mean, I don't know if I would have heard that.
No, it's something
No, right
he
now,
did.
Zorth or Airman's the only one who knows that.
Okay.
Because you haven't had
so
time to talk about it.
Why must you be peace bonded?
Ugh. It's a long story. Completely not my fault. Perhaps I'll tell you later. We're here.
Excellent.
And
I look forward to good stories.
You see him stop in front of the door and takes a deep breath, then reaches out and opens the door. And walks into what appears to be just an office. There's piles of parchment all over the place, several books. The desk has several different pots of ink with quills in them. Seated behind the desk, you see a dwarf with... If you imagine what a dwarf whose beard has the mange would look like, that's what his beard looks like. He's bald. Some hair on the sides and the back of his head. He's wearing loose white pants and a white shirt Both appear to have seen better days. And he's wearing a brown robe. You also see that his hair and beard are brown. His mustache seems to be growing faster than the beard. And he has a belt with 2 long swords, one on each side, in sheaths, and you can see a glimmer of red from the hilt of each sword.
Like a magical enchantment on them? Or just handles?
Something glittering. You're not sure the source. And he just, without looking up, goes, "What?"
Oh, well.
Athgarr says, "I have brought these people to see you. They are the..." "Yes, I know who they are. Why are you here?" "I'm serving as their guide." "God save us all." "Fine. Sit over there."
I make an extraordinarily conscious effort not to touch anything in this room.
Same.
So is he looking up, or is he still looking down at his...
Once he hears Athgarr sit down, then he puts down the quill that he was writing with and kind of cocks his head, looks up, and goes, "Huh. So you're Krosk's saviors, huh? Don't look like much. But
Don't try to be much. We just do what we do.
In truth, we aren't much.
In truth, looks are just looks, as you've already discovered.
all right. So, little green, little bit of humility, little bit of sass. You might survive. What do you need?
A couple of things, actually. We would like some access to deeds for residents out on the Outer Enclave, if that's possible. And some of them would like to go through your library.
All right. One thing at a time.
Sure.
He makes a gesture with his hand, and appearing in midair is a map of Thunder's Edge.
Okay.
And he says, "What do you need to know about deeds?"
I find the house and put my finger on it.
Ah.
And I lean forward and I say, "And the one next to it. To the east of it."
And he gestures with his hand, and both of those locations swell out, and you see some sort of deed.
He's Iron Man.
What'd you say?
Said he's Iron Man. We just watched Avengers the other day when
Oh.
Tony does it.
He says, all right, what do you want to know?
Who owns
Who
them?
lives there?
Nobody.
Was it
Ward
registered?
of the city. Abandoned.
Well, someone's staying there.
Really?
Huh.
Which one?
Point to the house.
Huh.
Oh.
Not supposed to be anybody living there.
Okay.
Who used to live in there, or before the government took over, or before the city took over?
He pulls that image forward and lays it down on his desk and spreads it out.
That's so cool. Just saying. Not Zorith, but Nikki.
Well, here's the
I
thing.
go over to Zorith and say, "Will you be able to do that someday?"
I don't know.
And without looking up, Arlakis goes, if she keeps studying. Sten told me about you. Yeah.
I'll do my best. I love learning new things.
Takes guts to trifle with the wild magic, not for everybody. So,
That's the truth.
keep it up.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Was individually owned. Owner passed away. That was last owner 2 years ago. Before that, passed through a couple different hands. Yeah, nobody was still around.
Do you know who owns the haunted warehouse?
Well, I know who used to own it,
Yeah.
but nobody's owned it for about a year now. They abandoned it. So,
Right.
it too, Ward of the City. Why?
Is that about when the weird things started happening?
Yeah, that's why they abandoned it.
We're investigating.
Why?
To find out why it's haunted,
Well,
quote unquote.
It would also be helpful for some of the merchants in the town to be able to store their supplies there, get new supplies, anything that's good for commerce.
There's other warehouses.
Hmm.
It
One
just
more
seems
never
like a waste.
Yeah.
Well,
we're not gonna not tell him stuff, right?
Well, you find anything out? I'm curious. Never had time to look into it myself.
Well, that's partially why we wanted to look into the library. We found some odd things.
very odd things.
Oh, good. I like odd things. Except for that
You're,
one.
you're,
He thumb it, Athgarr.
Oh, that
you're,
leads you
you're
right
definitely
back.
gonna like this weird thing if you like weird things.
It's not haunted. It's wild magic. We found a tunnel under the warehouse, followed it down under the city, and found a grove of trees that looked to be transplanted from the Everwood.
Now that's interesting.
Oh no. What's interesting is the tunnel that leads up to that house we just pointed to.
Really? So they're connected.
Apparently.
And someone's been staying there. There were dirty dishes and
And I found a strand of red hair. Long red hair.
That's right.
Oh, I show him the hair.
Yep, that's long and red, all right. Thanks for the verification. All right.
there was a pool down there that was summoning shadow creatures. It's very, very strange.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
the shadow creatures.
and it was summoning them in the midst of this hub of wild magic.
Yep.
Yes.
That shouldn't happen.
Well,
We know.
now you know why it's a trip into the weird.
But it was definitely the same type of when we tried to use magic.
As
Yeah.
any ever would.
Yeah. Well,
When we
yeah.
were fighting, it was the same effect as when we were in the Everwood.
Which
And we
is
suspect that effect is what's causing the things in the warehouse to
happen.
change.
That would do it. That would definitely
Yeah.
do it.
We just don't know why someone would do it. If it was curiosity or nefarious. So,
Yeah,
That's
I'm
what
gonna
we're
guess
trying.
nefarious.
well, yeah. That's true. So,
Yes, but why?
to disrupt the city, the Jogravonans, who knows?
What do you know about the Jogravonans?
Well, that's our real purpose here.
We don't like them.
We're trying
Dealings
to.
with them
Okay.
all the way over at Aecathan. I mean, all the way over at Erma.
Somebody in Airma send you?
No, we've had dealings with them in Erma. We ran into bandits and stuff.
Okay, not seeing the connection. Keep talking.
So, we had, it's been a long story. We first went after a group of bandits south of Erma that were disrupting trade, and
Yeah, that's what they
heard
do.
they had been behind that. A woman and a man were behind it. We ran into similar bandits along our travel from Erma to Costa's Wave and
On the river.
on the river, and they were accompanied by, oh gosh, which god was it? What appeared to be a cleric of, and I don't have that in front of me.
The dead.
I didn't
One
find it.
guy. I say the god's name. Pam just doesn't remember.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, that keen mind of availability is so nice.
So that was well into Aecathan. So they seem to be infiltrating. And so we came here to see what we can find out. Since this is our Erma or Aecathan. Rexthar.
Oh.
Our best.
All right.
Our best defense against them is you and your people.
Yeah. Interesting.
And since that is the case, we suspect they're probably concerting their efforts to undermine everything that's here, which is why
We think
the
Overmain was
was targeted, because that would set through disruptions in the Inner Enclave. And now this weird thing underneath the warehouse.
City.
You mentioned
And,
Overmain's name, and you see Aralakis without even looking go, "Shut it!" And you look over, and Athgarr was going,
It's so funny.
And we've also come to notice the Inner Enclave walls and their cracks, which I took some study of last night.
"Really? Any conclusions?"
The only conclusion I could come to is that they are impact cracks, as though a large bolt or ballista maybe had struck the wall, except there's no strike point.
Yep.
Just the radius of cracks from the impact.
Well, you read that correct. That's pretty much what I've come up with, too.
So all of these things are just odd occurrences that are unexplainable but disruptive nonetheless,
Yep.
which makes me wonder if there's some plot afoot.
By themselves,
That's John
they're,
Gavon.
by themselves, they're interesting and curious and a little awkward. When you start putting all these things together, though, it's got the potential to be so much more.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. What proof do you have that they're related?
Well, we have none,
Not yet.
other than they're all odd occurrences that are happening within a really close time frame.
Yeah.
Oh,
We are
And they
still
all happen to be
investigating.
very disruptive.
That warehouse has been happening for over a year.
That doesn't mean that someone hasn't been plotting this for over a year.
No,
well,
but it
and
doesn't
how
prove
long
that
did
they
it take
have.
the plans to go on? Right. Well, that's why we're investigating.
Yeah, we're still working on things.
Well, you managed to figure out what was going on with Krosk, so you can't be completely dim.
Thank you. I think.
All right. I'm a little interested. Let's just say that. I don't have a lot of time to be interested. But
No, but with you as a resource for us to use when you're available would make this a very much of an easier time of it.
sure.
And if we find more interesting things, we will let you.
Well, first thing I'm going to do is put guards on that warehouse and that hovel.
Tell them to be very careful.
Yeah.
I would not send them in if I were you.
Now that I know what we're looking at, I know how to safeguard it, believe me.
Okay.
Now,
He looks up, he looks at Athgarr and says, "Hey, boy." He scribbles something really quick and hands it and says, "Go take that to the Arch Sentinel. You can come back when you're done." He just kind of, you see Athgarr all of a sudden just kind of like, hangdog, just kind of like, okay. He takes it and almost runs out the door. Aralakis looks at him and goes, "Still got it."
He's quite frightened of you.
Good. I spent a lot of time making sure he was. See, if they're scared of you, they listen to you. He doesn't listen to anybody but me.
Well, that is entertaining.
I don't think I can pull it off.
I told his dad I'd get his ass straightened out. It's taken too long already.
Good luck.
Perhaps
Yeah.
that's the reason that he doesn't listen to anyone else.
He thinks he knows how the world works. But most of his knowledge of the world comes from the library. Never been out of the edge.
Sometimes it serves us well.
How
Sure.
old is he?
Like 23, I think.
well, books can give you knowledge, they can't give you experience.
Exactly. They keep telling his dad we need to send him out. We need to send him off somewhere to do something, where he's got to answer to someone else who isn't here, and someone who he can't run back to daddy and complain about.
What if you were to send him to the River's Watch Tower? It's far enough that he would have to...
Army post?
Yeah,
No.
that's not gonna work out.
No, he'd never go for it. Neither of them would ever go for it. That's army business, not Raqueliad business.
Hmm.
Nice try, though.
Perhaps if we find something that requires investigation, he can go with us.
Yo, what?
That might work.
You want to take Dudley Do Right?
I don't know. Any of you ever weaned a puppy? Well,
Yes.
You'd be
And
doing
two
that
children.
again. Oh. Well, all right then. Maybe you do know what you'd be getting into.
Couldn't have hurt,
Well,
right?
so everyone here is aware, we have this investigation we need to take care of, and can't spend a lot of time babysitting.
No, don't expect you to. But
Functionally
yeah,
competent in
just
if we need an extra sword, then
I mean, he does know quite a bit. He just doesn't know how
That
to
could
use
be
it.
useful. That could be useful.
Yeah, well, his dad tried to get him interested in martial arts, swords. He wasn't that interested. I tried to teach him my magic. Wasn't interested. But boy, he likes music.
Really?
Yeah.
I cough and I look at
Tasha.
Well, I know who can be his handler.
You hear this sort of dry coughing chuckle.
He seems to. He was working with Over Sentinel Nightwing. Nightwing, was that her name?
Oh,
He tolerates him.
managed
But-
to pull guard duty with her. Huh?
But they were humming
Interesting.
together. She seems
She
to know.
tolerates him.
But perhaps she could mentor him if he's interested in music. She seems to have that.
Arabelle,
She has
What?
been.
we're not here to.
Fix him.
We got this investigation to do. He can fix himself. He's a grown man.
Sorta.
It looks like one. That's about it.
having a bard.
It's a poor imitation.
Having a bard can be handy also.
We got one.
No, I'm sorry. I'm telling Aralakis, having a bard on your within your military can sometimes be helpful.
No, we got a few. Except
So
they're
why was
competent.
Why is he not allowed to be a bard?
No, it's not that he's not. It's that he lacks the wisdom to do it properly.
Well,
He doesn't
it's-
even know what discretion means.
Yep.
It-
You can always spot a bard who knows her shit.
Well,
'Cause she's able to
Tasha,
spot when one doesn't.
You took a winding path to become what you are. Perhaps he'll find his way.
Perhaps.
Well, if you would let us into your library, that would be excellent. We do have more things to do today.
Yeah, I do too. As always.
I'm sure.
Are we waiting for him to come back, or are we?
No.
Okay.
No. I'll send him to the library when he gets back. What are you looking for?
Well-
Me personally, Nikki does not remember why we're going to the library.
I think at the time we were thinking that it would be useful to research
Oh, wild magic and
if there was anything on the Everwood or anything that would be useful to us, but maybe
We
there's
do
not.
need to learn more about the Everwood, for sure.
All right. So are you looking for current? You're looking for pre-shattering.
Both.
oh,
So,
All right.
because yeah,
sorry.
He grabs a scrap of paper and pulls an ink well and scribbles a couple things and says, "There,
And
shelf numbers.
Any-
I'll get you to the areas where both of those things are."
Thank you.
any history on the edge? It's been a while since I took my.
Well,
Oh, yeah. Give me that paper back. Scribbles one more thing.
It's been a while since school.
All right. Out the door, turn right. First hallway, turn right. Second door, left.
I give him my weird theory about the wall.
Thank you.
Interesting.
I did have a weird thought this morning about the fissures in the wall, but
All right.
it might be out there. So, when Thunder's Edge has had damage in the past from war,
Yeah.
was any of it repaired magically?
Yeah, almost all of it was.
Would any of it be where these fissures are? Like that the magic repairs are fading?
I don't know. Something to look into.
Just with all the weird
starts-
wild magic, I just wondered if something was happening.
Starts scribbling a note to himself, plops it on a pile, puts the quill back. Never thought of that. I don't know. Try to take a look at it.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. And if you need to smack him, smack him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Noted.
We'll see.
Being eager isn't terrible. But we don't have to live with him.
Yeah, he's already put his head back down and has gone back to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, we go.
And we take our leave.
All right. And as you walk out of the office of the of Lord Tremane Seneschal, you understand a little why Athgarr might be intimidated by him.
Mm-hmm.
And as you begin your walk down the hallway toward the library, that's where we're going to take a break.
Yeah.
Because we're overdue for one.
We sure are.
So, we'll be back in 10. Hang out.
So short.
We'll find out what happens then.
Well,
See you back in 10.
10.
Welcome back.
Woo!
All right. Yep, fastest 10 minutes in the world.
Doris got her donuts. She's muted, but she's eating donuts.
Yeah.
No words were necessary.
Yeah. Look who's got donuts. Because they were only sassy. They were like, look who's got donuts. Actually,
All right. As you walk down the hallway, you follow his directions, and you open a door into a rather large, tall room. The room is probably 80 by 50, and it's 2 stories. And the walls are lined in shelves. There are 2 spiral staircases on either end running up to a walkway around the second level. There are ladders propped against the bookcases on both levels, and there are step ladders that you can see here and there around the shelves that line the floor of the chamber as well. But you do notice that carved into each end of the shelves on the floor is a number.
So pull out the piece of paper.
Yep. What do you want to look for first? And do you all want to look for the same thing, or do you want to split duties up for this?
There's 3, right?
Yep.
So tear the thing across and give a number about.
All right. So who's going to look for what?
I can look for what the forest was like before the shattering.
Okay.
And then maybe Zorith, if you want to look at the current forest stuff, just because you have the most knowledge of arcane and wild
Right.
magic.
got it.
And Erebin and I can do some history reading.
All right.
Excellent. So I head off to the numbers at current forest.
All right. How long do you want to spend researching?
3 hours.
Okay.
Well, what time is it? So is it like 8 now or like 9?
Yeah, it's probably about 9 o'clock. So 3 hours would put you to lunchtime.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, Zorith gets hungry.
You know,
So
those
20
extra Danishes did help.
All right. So, Zorith, if you would, make an investigation check.
Not bad. Natural 16. So investigation,
Mhm.
18.
18. All right. You find a couple different books that appear to have been written for travelers of some repute, maybe minor nobles, but it's basically a treatise on what to expect and how to try to protect yourself when traveling through the Everwood. Basically, the section on what to expect is a lengthy explanation of wild magic for people who don't understand what wild magic is.
Expect the unexpected.
Yep. And it does contain some examples. And they talk about normal-looking creatures of odd color with strange appendages that you don't normally see on members of that species. They talk about intelligent flora. But really nothing, apart from the specifics on some of the creatures, nothing that you didn't already know.
Great. Got it. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Who next?
Me.
Okay. Then I need an investigation check, please.
Investigation.
22.
That would help me.
22. You find a tremendous amount of lore, but little that claims to be fact. One thing you know simply from your time spent learning about the world as you were training is that there are no real records left from before the Shattering. There's no written material, so what you have are a collection of stories that were told by people who survived it.
Okay.
And
So, narratives.
yes. One talks about a great battle that was waged in the sky, and apparently claims that the entire southwestern portion of known Aecathan was forest before the Shattering. There was no desert.
That makes sense.
And there was a battle in the sky between two beings of great power. It is very clear from the narrative that whoever was telling the story and witnessed this had no idea who or what these beings were. They could have been simply, incredibly powerful sorcerers. They could have been deities. They could have been extraplanar creatures. But apparently, in the story, something they did
Caused a shattering.
caused the forest to die. Except in one specific area, where it seemed that something protected that section of the forest from the devastation caused by this battle.
Okay.
Clearly, something or someone was able to guard that section of the forest from being destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever caused it changed it. Because they talked about the fact that, it was a beautiful forest, an ancient forest, but just a normal forest. Afterwards, it was perpetual autumn. In that section that survived.
Is that what we experienced?
Yeah.
Okay.
The entire Everwood is red, yellow, and orange.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
It's not autumn anywhere else on the continent, but it is there. And apparently, it always is there.
Weird.
That's the most coherent story you can find.
Okay.
All right. So
Good
Arabelle and I are doing a study of the history.
of Thunder's Edge.
Okay, Thunder's Edge.
With help from
And she's going to be helping me, so I'm going to take advantage if that's okay.
Yep.
That'd be a natural 20 with 24 total.
All right, natural 20. You find a tome that the entirety of the tome is about what they call the Battle of the Sands, which took place about 20 years after the founding of Thunder's Edge post-Shattering. And it details how the Jogravanans massed an army of sorcerers and evil clerics and abyssal paladins and undead and summoned demons and devils and attempted to lay waste to Thunder's Edge.
Mm.
And it was a pitched battle that lasted for over 7 months.
Ooh, that's one hell of a siege.
In the
Literally.
end, Thunder's Edge held by the skin of its teeth and was able to drive the Jagravanan forces back into the desert.
Ooh.
Since then, there have been no other attempted major incursions. Instead, the Jagravanans have adopted guerrilla tactics. And they send individuals or small groups. And they have been doing this now for going on 3/4 of a century.
Mm. Okay.
Huh. Okay.
So in that aspect, there could be some people deep in, not underground, but like cover.
Wiggy could be Jagravanan.
What?
Maybe Wiggy's a Jagravanan.
Yeah, I don't know that. But maybe undercover, deep undercover, that they've been in there a long time and
Well,
just trying to undermine all the things.
Right.
I don't want to start picking out suspects until we have a really good idea.
And we have more information.
Smart.
Yep.
All right.
You do find at the very end of this tome a footnote that appears to have been written by someone. Educated guess would be one of the seneschals prior to Aurelacus, making a notation that based on the agents they've captured and what they were carrying, it appears that the Temple of Jagravana has put a lot of resources toward almost a factory-style enchanting operation.
Hmm.
There are a tremendous number of magical items being used by these agents. It seems that they are favoring mechanical magic over other types, or at least setting themselves up so they don't have to rely on non-mechanical magic. Meaning that the agents they've captured seem to be more and more well-geared.
Like your weapon.
The longer we wait, the worse it gets. Interesting.
And that's what you're able to suss out in 3 hours.
Okay.
About an hour into your research, the door opens and Athgarr comes back in. Looks around, sees all of you deep in study, grabs a book, plops down in a chair, and begins reading himself.
Smart.
All right.
We're going to be here for a couple more hours.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you've gotten the impression from what people have said that he probably spends a lot of time in here.
Mm-hmm.
Once I finished reading, get up and kind of stretch, loosen up a little bit, place the book back where I found it. That was insightful.
Yeah. I'm sure we all compare notes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's his name again? Athgarr?
Athgarr.
Can you show us where a good place to get lunch is?
Oh, absolutely. The Blue Parrot.
We've heard about that.
You've been there. You've just not eaten there.
That's where we met
That's
with,
where Sten took
Oh.
you to meet the Arch Sentinel.
Right, now that
That's
makes
right.
sense.
Last time we were there, we didn't get a chance to eat.
What else is there to do in the
We had a meeting.
Yes, they do like to use those rooms on the second floor.
Well, perhaps as a thank you for your willingness to guide us, we can treat you to lunch.
Oh, well, that would be very nice. Thank you. I accept. Yes, you know, one of the people who absolutely adores holding meetings in the Spider is Navi. She just thinks it's so elegant.
Navi?
Make a history check, all of you.
$23.
I think mine is also a 23, if I can get my iPad.
18.
23.
Sorry?
Can't get better than those, I don't think.
Yeah, what did you get?
Oh, I didn't roll because I don't think I can get better than that.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's just seeing who remembers and who doesn't. That's all.
What was it? History?
History.
13.
13. All right. The two A's, Aramin and Arabelle. You remember a certain violet-haired, red-skinned tiefling introducing herself as Arch Sentinel Navi Temra.
Okay.
Oh, yes, that's who we met when we were here.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my.
It's quite lovely.
She's very impressive.
She is?
She's a beautiful, striking lady.
No, I didn't mean that way. I meant she's probably one of the best in the Rakeliad.
Yeah.
That is good as well.
I meant a beautifully.
Of course you did.
I never thought of her like that.
You really need to expand your horizons, Athgarr.
I... At the risk of impersonating George Takei, I read.
Sometimes it's time to put it for practice, that's true.
Yeah, that's not what I was talking about.
But I
go.
know everything. I know everything I need to from the library.
How do you know that?
Because this is one of the best libraries in Aecathan.
Okay, I'm just going to say this, and I mean this with kindness. Books are very important, but experience is equally important, and you cannot get experience in a book.
Well, of course you can. That's what they
No.
are. They are.
No.
They are
No, you can.
experiences recorded for us to learn from.
It is knowledge. It is not the same thing as experience.
Is he armed?
Yeah, remember his sword is peace bonded.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
How often do you get to use your sword outside of training?
I don't think I've ever used my sword outside of training.
Exactly.
Well, okay, a couple times, but I've used it a couple times.
All four of us have been very far away from our homes. In fact, we are very far away from our homes now. And we have been through the Everwood. We have been through several missions. You cannot figure out everything that you need to know from a book when you go outside of these walls.
Well,
It's
that-
very-
And it is dangerous to think that just because you have read many of the books in this library that you know enough.
I went to
Make a persuasion check.
okay.
Hmm. 23.
You see Athgarr kind of like sink into deep thought for a minute. There might be something in you. What you say?
Perhaps.
I shall ponder.
Please do. And with that, I go inside the blue parrot.
Sorry,
And
I
grab a
misspoke.
tape.
Blue spider.
Oh, okay.
spider.
Blue
Yeah, you
spider.
said spider the second time, and I was like, well, maybe
Yeah,
the
yeah.
second floor is the
Blue
spider.
spider.
No,
And-
it's called the blue spider.
Yeah.
And I grab us a table.
All right.
I squeeze Athgarr on the arm and go inside.
It is quite busy because, well, it's lunchtime.
Mm-hmm.
And
Have a seat, if there is one.
I grab us a table.
yeah, it's crowded, but you can find a table. And you sit for a few minutes,
Mm-hmm.
and then you hear a voice say, "Welcome to Blue Spider. What can I get you?" "Oh, hello, Athgarr."
I would like JoJo. Threw me off.
And you look over, there's a probably mid-30s, mid-late 30s-ish halfling. Wearing, work clothes, has an apron on.
I would love your best tea and perhaps some bread, some vegetables, and fruit.
I can do that.
Tea and whatever your special is today.
Good choice. Athgarr.
Special.
Oh, I'll just have the usual. You know what I like, full bar.
I'll have the
Yeah.
special.
All right.
I'll have the special too. And an ale.
Ale. Light or dark?
Dark.
Good choice. All right.
What do you want to drink, Sorry?
I'm fine. Just some water.
Water.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Right. Be a few minutes, but I'll get it out to you as soon as it's ready.
Thank
Coming
you.
over to Athgarr. What's his name?
Oh, that's Fulbar Jamjar. He owns the place. Insists on serving every customer himself, which is noble, but it does get a little slow when it gets busy.
Right.
So what is your specialization, Athgarr? You've been training, I'm sure.
I have. Good question.
You know, now that you mention it, I haven't a clue.
This GM research break brought to you by.
Right.
He says, I have been studying the Bards of Valor.
Ooh.
You say Bards of Valor?
Yes.
And what are the Bards of Valor?
Bards.
They're the bards who follow the School of Valor. I thought you were a bard.
I am.
Have I heard of that from being at the Sanctum?
Make a history check.
Yeah, have I heard of it?
Make a history check.
Yeah.
11.
Yes, you've heard of it. It's one of two paths.
18.
Yeah.
So
oh yeah.
what are the two paths?
Lore and valor.
Oh, and I'm one of lore.
Yep.
Yeah. And I say, oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is there... where do you study here? Does the Gilead have...
Oh, well, when I can convince her to work with me, Bella teaches me.
Mm.
That's who we met earlier, right?
Yes. Jatra Bella Nightbane.
Have you thought about going away to study?
Why would I do that?
Well, you said when you can convince her, but if you went to where they train bards, you could have in-depth training and see the world a little bit.
I suppose.
I grew up in Airmaw, kind of in a fishbowl, if that reference makes sense to you.
You lived in a fishbowl.
He does not get it.
Growing up, my parents are very influential in the city, and so I always felt that people had expectations for me, and it was very hard to find myself when everyone's watching.
Yes, I know something of how that feels.
And so when I went to the Sanctum to study, I was able to find myself and become who I was meant to be without having to feel like if I fell down, everyone would notice. And so when I came home, I was better for it. And I met other people and saw different perspectives, and it was very helpful.
Well, I consider myself quite lucky I can do all of that here. I meet people who travel through the Edge all the time. Hear their stories, occasionally pick up bits of lore from them, new techniques. occasional song or
May
two.
May I ask you a question, Athgarr?
Of course.
Don't you want to make your own stories?
Well, yes, I've made a couple already, actually.
No, I mean go out and make your own stories.
Yes, I've done that a couple times already.
And that was enough?
Well, for now, I'm still learning. Part of being a bard is learning to tell the existing stories in such a way that even those who have heard them feel the need to listen to them again.
You don't say.
Well,
If you have some time free next Wednesday, you should come to the Ivory's Wrath. Tasha will be performing, and it's quite impressive.
Then why is she performing in the Wrath?
That's where we're staying.
Oh.
I reach under the table and just kind of put a gentle hand on Zori's.
We quite enjoy staying there. The proprietor is a very good host and has become a very good friend.
Well, he'd have to be to keep any sort of clientele in that section of town.
I just keep my mouth shut.
I just sort of pat her hand under the table.
Don't kill him.
I think
'cause
getting
he's-
out more would do you well, Athgarr.
Don't kill him because he's stupid. Is that what you're about to say?
I was going to say don't kill him because he's ragging on your boyfriend.
Not my boyfriend.
It's
It's just that elitist jerk, like inner, outer. And that was just like, So I will just gently not say that.
the Rikiliad protects all of Thunder's Edge, right?
No, if necessary.
So it might do you well to spend some time in the Outer Enclave and see what you're fighting for.
Fighting to preserve the Inner Enclave.
Ooh.
A good
I
leader.
still bite my tongue.
Do you not recognize that the Outer Enclave is of importance to the Inner Enclave?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, the bouncer who works here lives in the Outer Enclave.
We've met him, yes.
Yes, so have I.
You're not above
Does it
him.
occur to you that the Outer Enclave is actually protecting the Inner Enclave?
Well, of course they are. Why else would they be there?
So don't you think that's worthy of respect?
You know, I'd never
And
thought of it like
gratitude?
that.
You don't say.
Gratitude.
You've never had to.
Why gratitude? They're paid for what they do.
Every man and woman who does their job and is of service should be respected and shown gratitude regardless of where they live and who they are.
Well, I'm always very polite to everyone.
What you have told me in just the last 10 minutes tells me that you are not polite, you are condescending. And that is not politeness.
Well, I'm not trying to be condescending.
I know.
Regardless, it doesn't matter what you are trying to do.
Well,
I, 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 We're not going to cure the class system in Thunder's Edge.
No.
Sorry.
We're not trying to change who you are. We're just trying to
Yes, we
expand
are.
your horizons. Think of it
Trying
as
to
the
get him
time you
not
spend in
killed.
the library, right? You spend a lot of time in the library learning.
Yes.
Maybe you could spend some time in the Outer Enclave learning.
Learning what?
Life. It will make you a better leader someday.
But I would not be leading the Outer Enclave. I would be leading the Inner Enclave.
I stand up and I walk over to the bar.
And it's a symbiotic relationship.
Ooh, that's a big word.
A what? Sim.
It means they work together. The Inner Enclave and the Outer Enclave are both necessary for Thunder's Edge to function properly.
I get up and walk over next to Zori.
Both must prosper for Thunder's Edge to prosper and be safe.
Yes.
So one won't be successful without the other, so learning about the other will make you better at what you do. And there'll be great stories to tell. The Outer Enclave is very colorful.
Make a persuasion check.
Smart girl, smart.
I like it. Can I use guidance?
If you want to spellcast in front of him and everybody else.
Yeah, right, fine. 14. Rolled a 6. I have a +8 in persuasion, but I rolled crappy.
It's the Outer
Not quite.
Enclave. How interesting could the stories be? It's merchants and army people.
Well, we're investigating a murder. We found... He was in the room. We found a grove. We found all sorts of interesting things.
Yeah. When you find out the culprit and the causes, that will be a wonderful story to learn and retell.
Wouldn't you like to tell your own story?
He looks at Tasha and says, I fear there's something being lost in translation here, but I will say this one more time. I have a couple times now.
I hope that's enough
suppose
for
the
you.
best way of putting this is, wouldn't you actually like to experience a story that is all your own, that is based on your experiences?
He has a couple times.
That you
Thank
may
you.
not, experiences that you are never going to get if you just stay here.
I guess the question is, Athgarr, will those couple of stories that you've lived be enough? Or do you want more?
Well, I assume that at some point there will be more stories. One cannot go through life completely isolated.
And
I
if
believe-
that's enough for you,
I believe when the stories find me, I shall record them. But I don't really see the need to go charging off in search of stories. I have stories to read. I have duties here. I have friends here.
and if that's enough for you, that's wonderful. As long as you're happy.
Oh yes, I'm very happy.
I lean over to Zori and I say, because ignorance is bliss.
I asked the bartender for a shot of anything and taken that shot. Say, add it to my tab.
What's I'm asking player to GM.
Okay.
What's the motto of the bards?
You can't possibly be this fucking stupid. Oh wait, I'm sorry.
It's he's not stupid. He's merely ignorant with a lot of haughtiness to his ignorance.
Oh yeah.
We don't listen to elitist jerks.
He probably reminds Arabelle of many of the people she grew up with.
Yes.
And who don't understand at all what she's off doing.
In particular, he reminds you of a couple friends your parents forbade you to hang around with.
Ooh.
Airman tells Zori, he says, you know what it's like? It's like trying to... It's like trying to talk to somebody from one of the churches. No matter what you put there, no matter what you say to them, they either don't want to hear it or don't get what you're putting down. It's like he's either an incredible idiot or he's just too blatantly arrogant to concern himself with other knowledge.
Well, to a certain degree, it's brainwashing. I mean, look at how many things that we've done on our own, and we don't have any prejudices because we weren't told by anyone else to not like this family, not stay with this family, keep away from that family.
Yeah, well, you say that like it's an excuse.
Well,
It's not.
yeah.
Well,
It's one thing if you don't have the information and you're ignorant to it. It's another to disregard the information because you don't want to hear it.
I literally don't think he's disregarding the information. I just don't think anybody's given two poops to tell him about it. I mean, look at Arelakis. Arelakis doesn't necessarily. I mean, it appeared to me that he will tolerate the outer ring the outer enclave because he has to, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he wants to. He probably won't tell,
I don't know. It's just I have a difficult time with I'm okay with ignorance. I have a difficult time with people who choose to be ignorant.
Or else.
so they're at the bar, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it.
Like I say, it's like talking to somebody from a church.
Right. I got it.
You see Full Bar headed back towards your table with food and drink.
Come on, I'll give you some of my food.
Punch him in the shoulder. I don't always need your food. But thanks, I'm hungry today.
Good. Doesn't matter if you need it or not, it makes me feel better.
Thanks, just makes me feel fat. And full. Kind of balances.
Come back over to the table.
What?
Go back over to the table.
Yeah.
All right. You sit down and you see Full Bar's already tucking into some sort of sandwich.
Who? The Rathgar. What's this kid's name?
Athgarr.
Athgarr.
Athgarr. Athgar's eating. Correct?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And he's eating the same thing that everybody but Araman got.
Which is?
The special.
Yep.
Which is?
It's a sandwich that appears to be chicken and some sort of light, crunchy sliced vegetable. And some sort of condiment that is reddish in color, sort of a creamy red. Has a little bit of heat to it, but not a lot. Also has a little bit of a tomatoey taste to it. And, of course, fresh bread. And there is what appears to be fresh churned butter.
Yum.
And the dark ale is very good.
Okay. I'm going to try this one
Athgarr.
more time.
Oh, wait,
No.
what?
She's gonna try it one more time.
No.
No?
Wait, what? I'm sorry, what did you say, Tasha?
I'm going to try it one more time.
Oh, you're going to try one more time. Got it.
I have been a bard much longer than you. So, indulge me. But every bardic teacher that I've ever had has always told me that the most important thing for a bard to do is to travel so that they may experience things that would not necessarily come to them and find people in their natural habitat so that they may learn stories from people who give them freely in a place where they are comfortable.
I smirk as I was listening to her eating a.
And you will not find this in your own home, no matter how many people travel here.
Make a persuasion check.
$24.
You see him, he takes a bite and he's chewing, brow furrowed a little. He swallows and says, "But certainly every story worth telling ends up in a book someplace. So one simply has to find it and read it."
Who wrote the books?
Not every story is put in a book, my friend. Many a story is just passed from mouth to mouth. And until you find someone who will tell you that story, you will never hear it or know of it.
But is it worth hearing if it's not in a book?
Why,
How
yes. Yes,
How did
it
they
is.
get in the book? Someone told someone who told someone who told someone, potentially who's never experienced the thing before.
And the writer of the book judged the story worthy to be so encapsulated.
Maybe
You are
you'll
a bard, or at least you are training to be one, correct?
Yes.
Do you write down every story that you hear?
Of course not.
Or-
Some of them are pointless.
Ah. But those pointless stories have taught generations very important lessons that you simply haven't learned yet.
And also, sometimes the point of the bard It's just to entertain with those pointless stories and make someone else feel better. And I get up and I walk to the bar again.
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
So, trying to follow your line of thought, how does one such as I take a story about the best way to mop a floor and turn that into something that anyone else would find the least bit interesting?
Well, simply by adding a beat to it and making it a comical song.
But the story is not comical, it's boring.
It's boring to you, but if you make it a comical song, it will not be. If you add a good beat to it so that people may dance around as if they're mopping a floor, then it's fun.
What a horrible image.
Or something fun that perhaps a child needs to learn how to mop a floor properly.
Don't they have parents to teach them that?
With a song that they will always remember.
Sorry, is at the bar like slamming that. No, I'm kidding. I'll stop at 3. So 1 that I had and then 2 more. I really don't want to get in trouble with the kid who's the son of the, so I'm just...
Yeah,
I'm
the
good
thing
with
is,
3.
again, Aramin's the only one who knows that.
No, the only thing we know is that Aralakis mentioned something about his father, and so it made it sound like he was at least a muckety-muck of some kind.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, we don't know it.
No one could be this haughty and not have
A fancy parent.
a fancy parent.
Yeah. So I'm
This
just...
is the kind of kid that I stole shit from and beat up when I was a kid.
When she was a kid, not like yesterday or anything.
3 days. 3 days ago.
This is the kind of kid who used to beat me up and ask for my milk money.
Yeah.
No. I would have protected you. I like
Hey,
you.
thanks, baby.
Okay.
I'm just 3, and I took my plate with me, so now I'm just eating at the bar, not even paying attention to them.
I hope someday someone gets to read about your stories in a book, because that you've had enough adventure that they were recorded in a book, and
And
your
someone
stories
found the
will
story
live on
worthy.
long beyond you.
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Yes, there is that. I've written 2 stories, and Bella says they're not good enough.
Did she tell you why?
No, she said they were boring. But
You'll get better.
I told them exactly as they happened.
You might need to embellish them and add a little flair.
But then we are distorting historical record.
But
Ooh.
your
There's
inner,
more than one kind of story.
right? It's a mix of history and entertainment. And sometimes you have to exaggerate to make it exciting.
Do you honestly think that every book you have read happened exactly the way it was written?
Yes.
Oh no, my friend. That is just not how it works. They would just be called history then.
Yes,
And now story.
That's primarily what I read.
But are there not many other books in the library?
Well, yes, but they're not useful.
How do you know?
No, I tried reading some.
So why do you want to be a bard then and not a historian?
Indeed.
The 2 go hand in hand.
Says who?
Says the books that I've read about the history of barding.
Aha. Okay. But have you taken classes from a bardic teacher?
Yes, several.
And are they happy with your progress?
None of them remained in the edge for very long.
Ah. What do you think that was?
Because they're itinerant?
Oh.
That already knows. If they're adventuring.
Maybe
Did
just
they
a fourth
did they
shot.
not explain to you that travel is one of the most important parts of being a bard?
Yes, and I'm allowed anywhere in the city I wish to go.
That's not traveling, my friend. Traveling is going beyond what you know.
Though I'm afraid I'm not allowed.
Ah,
Oh.
I'm sorry. I thought you were a man.
Yes.
I think we're getting a little off.
But
don't need it in-
my father is a much larger man.
I should let you guys know his father is Overmain.
No, not Overmain. Lord Tremane.
Lord Tremane.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that explains a lot.
Does he want you to pursue your bardic studies?
No.
Ah. What does he want you to pursue?
Oh, he wants me to pick up very large weapons and cry out the name of our totem as I bisect evildoers.
But
Like he
that's not
does.
really your style, huh?
No.
Yeah, you're definitely not giving off the barbarian vibe.
Yes, well,
Well, I see you in kind of a pickle because you want to become a bard, but your father won't let you.
yes. So I do the best I can. I read every book that I can find of the histories. I have tried to read some of the others. Oh, lords, the melodramas are so painful. The prose is so strained. And there are other bards in the Reichelliad, and I glean from them what I can when I can.
Well, what was her name? Nightbane, that we met earlier.
Bella, yes.
Bella, she's a bard and she's an over-sentinel, so he can't think too poorly of bards.
He has nothing against the legacy of the bard in Aecathan. He simply refuses to understand that his son has chosen a different path.
Mm-hmm.
That I can see.
Well,
Well, consider yourself fortunate.
because
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
How so?
oh, I see.
You have your parents.
Well, I have my father.
Parents want what they think is best for their children. At some point, he'll realize, hopefully, that
Yeah, sometimes.
In this case, parents want what they see as the best path for their city.
That I agree with.
Well,
Sorry we were hard on you.
I'm just grateful I had an opportunity to explain. That's all.
Well, we do hope you'll think about coming to the Wrath next Wednesday. It'll be entertaining.
Make a persuasion check.
Good girl, do it.
We've all been working on him. Doesn't that give me advantage?
Actually, yes.
All right. Help a little bit. 22.
Ooh, that's good.
Could have been better.
He thinks for a moment, and then his face brightens, like he's just thought of something, and he says,
Oh boy.
"It would be rude of me not to accept your most generous invitation. You may count on my attendance."
We will save you a seat at our table.
Excellent. Well, now that that's settled, what else would you like to do? The Inner Enclave awaits. Back to the library? Somewhere else?
Do you have any nifty shops?
Oh, yes, several. What
Perhaps we could swing through some of them.
What sort of shopping experience are you looking for?
Well, I'm with 3 women. You'll have to ask them.
Well, I'm not. Zorith often is interested in any types of magic shops or things with unusual items. I'm in search of a dress shop. I heard there was one here.
I'm eating and stuffing my mouth, and I was like, "Yeah, magic." Look over my shoulder.
You didn't come back?
Mm-mm. Nope. I'll finish my plate up and put some 2 gold on the counter, and then just go back over to the. Oh, is 2 gold enough for my meal?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Easily.
2 gold. Put 2 gold on the counter and just kind of wander back
And
to
your
the
shots.
table. What?
And your shots.
Oh yeah, is 2 gold enough for my 4 shots and my?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. I'll come over and I'll lean on the back of the chair and I'll say, "What do you got in this town?" Because now I'm a little tipsy.
Well, let's see. There are 2 fine smithies, if you're looking for something of the more martial bent. There is the Commoner's Whisper. That's an always fascinating place to go.
What is it?
Alchemist.
Oh.
You like alchemist, right?
There is the Ruby Brooch. If you're looking for gems or jewelry or enchanted gems or jewelry. Apart from that,
How about the least desirable shop in this enclave?
they're all desirable. They're in the Inner Enclave.
Okay. I walk out the front door.
Is there a dressmaker?
There is a I suppose you could say a mercantile that does also offer clothing and custom-made clothing.
Okay.
And that would be the Survivors Exchange.
The Survivors Exchange?
Yeah.
Survivors.
How much is one?
Lunch is like 4 silver.
Okay. So, how many silver are in a gold piece?
10.
Okay. So I put down 1 gold piece, and I say that's for my meal and his meal.
I thank you. That's very kind.
I drop a gold piece on the table and get up and walk out.
All right.
Yep. Well, I would like to go to the exchange.
All right. That's actually back the way we came. We passed it as we entered. It's just inside the gate, actually, that you came through.
I'm out front. My brother comes out. I look over him. I'm frothing at the mouth. I'm totally kidding. Better take him away from me. No, I'm kidding. I'll just wait. The shots have hit. I'm a little tipsy. Hopefully I'm relaxing if I can get away a little bit from him.
Well, he comes walking out and says, what a beautiful day. Right. Follow me. Off to the Survivors Exchange. And he leads you back the way you came. He takes you all the way back down to the south. Until you get to the intersection right before the gate, when he turns to the left and leads you to a single-story, timber-framed building, red-shingled roof, several planters around the outside of it, filled with colorful flowers, and several pane glass windows, each showing a variety of items for sale. Some fanciful, some utilitarian. And in one window in particular, there are what seem to be wood and metal frames approximating a male and female humanoid body. And there are several of them, each dressed in a different piece of attire.
Okay. You owe me an apology.
When we're done in here, you're gonna owe me one.
Because when we met, you thought I was like him.
Do I hear that statement? Because that is.
No, I'm very quiet because I don't want him to hear me.
Okay.
I don't know. Zoreth, roll perception.
Pretty funny.
I'm going.
At disadvantage because you're drunk.
Do I have to roll sleight of voice?
Nope.
She just had, 4 drinks. No big deal.
What am I listening for?
Perception.
11.
Nope.
Yeah.
You see them talking, but you can't really pick out what they're saying.
Okay. Are we in the dress shop already?
No, you're at the door.
We're at the door. Okay.
It's full like mercantile, so they got all sorts of stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, but you got to agree, that was kind of a fair assessment when I first met you, right?
I have never been like him.
I never said you was, but being of where you were from.
No, it's not fair.
Plus, you're of the clergy, which makes it 10 times worse for me.
Oh boy.
And yet you travel with two of us.
Yes, I know.
Maybe
I don't really
Getting soft in
care.
my old age.
you're a paladin of Drusty. You count.
I'm mellow about it though. I don't really like, bring that out much.
Yeah, she doesn't do a lot of proselytizing.
No.
So I wander over to the clothing,
All right.
and I am looking for an outfit to buy to surprise Zorith with. Because when we were getting changed and stuff, she had mentioned she didn't have anything kind of fancy.
You said that there
And
were.
she's got a date on rest day, so. So I'm looking for something that would suit Zori, maybe some teal in it, but I'm not telling her that's what I'm doing, but that's what I'm looking for.
Ooh.
Did you say there were also jewelry in here?
No, that's a different store.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the ruby brooch.
All right. I look for a place to fall asleep because this is really boring.
You can go to the jewelry store or the alchemist or.
You find a place to sort of lean up against a door jamb and just kind of.
Mm-hmm.
We're here. You two can go elsewhere.
Try to get rid of us now?
Not us.
Oh.
Point. Boys. No.
I'm sure he can show you how to get to the ruby brooch.
Eat. After.
That's so funny.
Athgarr. Buddy, and I put my arm around him.
Yes.
Perhaps you may take my brother to the beautiful gem shop or wherever he would like to go.
Oh, absolutely. Come, friend, and he claps you on the shoulder, kind of startling you a little bit because you were dozing.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Let us go.
Are they done?
I don't believe so. But I was told you wish to see the jewelers.
I wish to see anything but this place.
Very well.
It's a mercantile. It's like a whole general store. There's lots of things to look at.
It's okay. We're leaving.
Have fun.
Oh my god.
Too funny.
When they walk out, I'm like, oh my god, I thought he would never leave.
This is kind of pretty, don't you think? And she holds up something.
What is it? What are you holding up?
It's a dress.
How floofy of a dress.
Not floofy.
Insight check.
Right?
I'm holding up something I think Zori would like.
And now I'm chuckling.
Do you think this is pretty?
What color is it? Is it teal or is it a teal dress that's something, or is that something that I would like but just in a different color?
I was looking for something. I wasn't looking for something that was like all teal, but like maybe like black with some teal, like a pattern or something.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes, I like that. That is nice. It's not too floofy. It seems appropriate for a nice dress-up day.
Right. Like a dinner.
Yeah?
Tasha better not be laughing. Tasha doesn't know. Tasha totally knows.
Can I roll to see if I'm getting her drift?
I'm not making
Yeah,
it.
make
I
an
just
insight
said
check.
a dinner.
Make
I
an
just said
insight
a
check.
dinner. I'm not being sneaky.
Stop it.
Oh goodness.
There's
Oh
no
my goodness.
deception involved.
Oh my.
Oh, well, I did not roll well. I rolled a 7.
Okay.
Oh.
You look at it and go, if it was a fancy dinner, maybe.
Right. I like the dress. Yeah, the dress is nice. Dinner, sure.
Carry that around and look for a tunic and some nice, some pants that would go under a tunic. They got a couple different outfits that are.
Yeah. They've got lots of clothes. Like a third of the store is dedicated to clothing.
What else do they have?
Pretty much the rest of the shop is all the stuff you'd find in the player's handbook.
Excellent. Let her keep looking. No, I'm going to keep looking.
Yes, I'm looking
So I
for.
pick out a couple of outfits and maybe some scarves or something. I will
The
buy
scarves you find are almost gauzy because this is a hot climb.
Right.
So they're all very, very light material, semi-sheer.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
I put together a couple outfits and go up and pay for them.
Okay. All told, it'll be about 4 gold for everything.
Oh,
It does, however, come with free alterations. So if it doesn't fit well enough, come back and they will tailor it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
okay. Tasha, are you looking for anything in particular?
I'm just looking around.
Okay.
I mean, I know there's clothing here. What else is here?
Like I said, anything you can find in the player's handbook.
Okay.
It's on the floor to your right.
Lanterns.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is.
I love it. I'm gonna go up to the front to one of the counters, and because we'd seen it before, and perhaps it might be a little bit different, I'm going to ask if they have a spyglass.
Well, let's see. They do. The clerk goes in the back and comes out with a box that is covered in dust. And kind of blows it off and wipes it off and says, "Yeah, we haven't had much call for one of these. We've had this one sitting on the shelf for probably, 4 or 5 years."
Interesting.
No, just not
And
a
the
lot
cost?
of. Well, I know what it was originally going to be, but hold on a moment. Let me go check.
Totally haggle on that sword.
You see a gentleman, human, dark brown skin, black hair, cut very close, very well dressed. You notice that he's got some tattoos along the left side of his face.
That's a Nikki thing. That's not a sword. Oh, really? Do tell.
And he walks over carrying the case and sets it down and says, so you're interested in the spyglass? This was ordered for a merchant who never returned to claim it. It did cost quite a bit. But it also has been sitting here for quite a while.
It has.
At this point, I'm just happy to see it go. I would be willing to let it go for half price.
Ooh.
So 500 gold.
Interesting.
Yikes.
Well.
Oh. Yeah.
What?
Sorry, go ahead.
She's mumbling to herself.
I do that.
I had considered one at a different shop before in a different town. But it seemed such a shame for this one to end up on the shelf in the back room. However, this is a little out of my reach still. But thank you.
Very well. If
What?
your situation changes, do come back and see us. I can almost guarantee it will still be here.
Thank you. And I walk away dejectedly. But half price is extremely good.
Yep.
Maybe by the time we're done, we'll have enough money.
Eventually.
In the meantime,
Thanks for
Athgarr
taking one
and
for the-
Araman walk across town a little ways into a timber and brick building, also with sort of that signature red tile roof. Very well kept up shop. Very narrow windows. Clearly designed for security.
Sure.
And you enter the store, and the room is essentially empty, except for a long, gold-lined metal counter stretching across the center of the room. And behind the room, you see a human male, probably late 50s, early 60s, leaning down, examining something, and he has some sort of extended monocle in his eye. He looks up and squints and pops the thing out of his eye and sits it down and says, "Oh, well, Lord Athgarr, welcome back, welcome back. How can I serve you this fine day?" "Oh, it's not me today, Everard. It's my friend who was interested in some of your wares." "Oh, very well, very well. Welcome to the Ruby Brooch.
Thank you.
I am Everard Shelley.
I'm
How
Aaron.
may I? It is a pleasure to meet you. Any friend of Lord Athgar's. How may I serve you this fine day?"
Actually, perhaps not in the way you think. How is it you can determine the quality and value of a gemstone?
Oh. It takes years of training and research and experience. It's all about learning to see the imperfections in stone. It's not something that can be described easily. It takes a discerning eye and knowledge of the physical makeup of the different valuable stones. This helps immensely. It is a device that a certain gnome traveler who occasions the edge crafts. It does what a spyglass does, but it does it in much greater intensity at a much shorter distance.
And can you tell me what to look for if I had such a device?
He looks at Athgarr, and Athgarr just kind of motions to him like, go do it. And he's like, of course, yes, come here. Put this up to your eye, and well, I don't know if you'll be able to do this, but ideally you open your eye wide and you press it in, and then you sort of squint your eye, and it will hold it in place. If not, you can just hold it yourself for now. For example, he looks around under the counter and pulls out a green gem, and then pulls out another green gem. To just the casual eye, they look exactly the same.
Okay.
He says, you can see almost identical, at least on the surface. Take this and examine the two gems and see if you can discover a difference.
I do that.
All right.
Look at it very closely.
Make an investigation check.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. At first, you're seeing crystalline structure. You've heard about this sort of thing, but this is the first time you've ever actually seen it with your own eyes, because this thing magnifies just incredibly high magnitude. But as you start looking, you notice that in the crystalline structure on one gem, there are places where some of the layers, it looks like, cross, while in the other gem, they only meet. That's really the only difference you notice.
I pull back and I say, tell him what I saw.
Okay.
With the crossing and the meeting striations.
What a good eye you have. Not many who are not trained can notice that sort of thing. Yes, what you are seeing is the strata within the gem itself, and where they cross, that is actually a fracture. The strata are supposed to meet like the corners of a building. When they cross, it means that something has forced them beyond their natural growth patterns, and thus the gem is less structurally sound, thus lowering its value.
So I take the one that was the better quality. I say, how much for this?
That one would be 50 gold.
I pull out the 5 platinum pieces and I hand it to him.
Oh.
I figured since you gave me the lesson, I'll give you some of my business.
Well, excellent. I now see why Lord Athgarr brought you to me. You are clearly a man of intelligence and good breeding.
Well, I appreciate that. Let's go see if the girls are done, Athgarr.
Very well. Thank you, Everett. Oh, my pleasure as always, Lord Athgarr. Have a wonderful day. And, Aramin,
Yes.
you now start to understand why this idiot has the attitude he does.
Right.
Because everyone's been kissing his ass. Of course they have.
Right.
His dad runs the place.
Right.
I figured that out a while ago.
All right.
All right, so back at the exchange. Tasha, was there anything that you were looking for?
Yeah, I want to get a bullseye lantern and some oil.
All right.
I've never heard of a bullseye. I had to look that one up. That's pretty cool.
Like focuses it, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. You find one. Very good condition. Very well made. The price tag says that it's 12 gold. And the oil is a silver a flask.
Okay. Okay.
I glance over at Zorith's footwear. Which does she wear like boots? Like knee boots? Like kind of tall, cool boots?
Or like mid-calf boots or ankle boots.
Ankle boots. No. Adventurers, so probably like mid-calf with a fold over.
Cool.
And probably brown to match like adventurers' clothes, so it's kind of, not very fancy. Adventuring.
All right.
Okay. Let's
You-
for some black.
You don't know what size I am. How could you possibly look for shoes?
I'll walk next, put my foot up next to hers while we're talking.
Is that an emerald?
No. No, that's just green quartz. It's very high-end green quartz.
Oh, I thought you bought the little eye thing.
No.
No, he wouldn't have sold that.
Well, I know he had more than one.
I guess they sell at the Mercantile, I think. Because I looked at it right before you said something. Just saying.
Probably like a jeweler's kit. They have different tools.
Yes.
Appraiser's tools or jeweler's tools.
Oh, I thought they did have a jeweler's thing.
It's not like our shoe stores, Nikki. Like boots only come in so many sizes in D&D land.
In D&D land. There's
I
jewelers,
like
They have
small,
jeweler's tools. They're
jewelers
25
tools
gold.
for 25 gold-ish, but yeah.
They're probably like small, medium, large. I can guess what size Zori wears.
Okay.
Well,
Got
make a perception check as you place your foot near hers.
Yeah.
22.
Oh,
22. Yeah. You can pretty much find boots that, if not a perfect fit, will be close enough.
Okay.
She might have to wad a couple rags in the toes, but
It'll be close.
Yeah.
Okay. So I find some black ones. They've got like knee high, kind of cool boots.
no. All right.
Super sexy black patent leather boots. Oh wait, no, not super sexy.
Not super sexy. Erebel wouldn't do
Not-
that.
Just
they're not hooker boots.
black patent leather boots. Boot
All right. Anything else that you're interested in?
No, I just want to get back to the raft, but it's going to be time to stop.
Yep. All right, you finish your shopping.
Oh, how much were the boots? Couple gold?
Yeah. Yeah.
Got it.
You finish your shopping. You make clear your intent to return to your inn. Athgarr escorts you back to the gate and says that you should feel free to come and request him as a guide should you desire to. That he would be happy to provide you with whatever services he can.
Thank you so much for your help today. It was a pleasure to meet you, and if we don't see you before, we'll see you next week.
Yes. Wednesday.
Yes.
Very well. I wish you all good evening.
I curtsy.
He turns and walks back into the Enclave, and you cross the street diagonally and find your way back to the Ivory's Wrath for dinner.
Don't do it.
And another evening of rest, and perhaps
Wait,
the next step in the investigation.
We'll have to pick up before dinner, though, because I have to have a conversation with Zori.
Yeah.
and I have to have. Okay, dang it. Okay,
Yep.
like
So-
right as we get back, because I have things. Yeah.
All right. As you cross the threshold of the Ivory's Wrath, that's where we'll stop for the evening.
Let's stop. Okay.
And unfortunately, you're going to have to wait a little longer than normal because we
True.
won't be playing next Tuesday.
Ooh.
It's election night, and it has been expressed to me that people want to pay attention to the election returns. So,
And everybody would be distracted, even if we were trying to play. It would be
it's true.
distractions.
So, the next time we will play will be as the fourth game in the Extra Life Marathon.
Oh, we're not going to play on Wednesday?
No.
No.
Okay.
Make it a little bit easier for everybody to just tune in on Saturday
Yeah.
instead of trying to remember it's Wednesday. Is it Tuesday? All those things.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Yeah. All right.
But, so, yeah, we'll be doing that. But we will have a new episode of GM Chat tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern U.S. time with Mike and I.
Yeah.
And then
Where they will talk things.
where we will talk things.
If we have anyone watching who likes to draw, send me all your pictures of my dress. I would love to see what people think that Zorath would wear.
Yeah?
I'll
I
send
would
you
love
what
to see
I.
that.
I'll have to find what she would have picked out for Zori before then.
All right.
There's a couple of outfits though. She bought more than one.
Silly girl.
She got the dressy thing, but then she got something more casual for.
Ooh, fancy.
She was like, "Let's dress
He's
up
trying
tonight.
to dress
We can borrow
you up."
something."
Let's play pretend. All right. Sounds
All right.
good.
And then
I would love to know what other people think Zorath would wear.
And then Sunday, board remotely, will be
Yes.
something interesting
Pam
this week.
with a special guest.
Yes.
Because one of us will be driving.
Right.
And that's
Mike
not.
and I are gonna play Star Wars on Sunday, I think.
Ooh.
Such enthusiasm.
Well, we play a different game, but we're not allowed to stream that. So.
I know. I keep waiting for them to go, we've reached a licensing deal. And I'm going to be like, we're playing that next Sunday.
Yeah.
Right.
But
But
I think
not
I
yet.
can convince Mike to play Star Wars with me. So.
All right.
So
And
we'll do that.
yeah, so have a wonderful rest of your week. We have Halloween coming up this weekend, of course.
Woohoo! I will
So-
also be driving.
Yes.
Boo. This is
Um,
the first Halloween I will not be like dressing up, taking care of the trick or treaters. This is like the main
Not
first.
a whole lot of trick or treating going on this year, though.
No, I know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's pandemic world.
The meme I've seen that makes the most sense is somebody said, yeah, this year I'm just going to yell trick or yeet and just throw full-size candy bars into the street.
Yes, yes.
I saw,
I've thought about it, but I'm not
I
going to be
saw this
home.
video on YouTube. This guy, what he did, he built a chute from the top of his porch down to the bottom, and it had a little thing for the kids to hold their bag, and he'd send the candy down the chute.
Nice.
Like, that's
I love it.
brilliant.
I would dig that. I
People are
would
doing,
totally
like-
dig that, but I'll be driving.
Costume parades and they'll go down the street in their costumes, but like the families will be apart so the kids can show off their costumes and stuff.
Aww.
Yeah, well, it's going to be weird, but what in pandemic world isn't?
Everybody's
Trick or treating's overrated. When Josie was about 10, I just started bribing her. I'll take you to the store and buy whatever candy you want.
rude.
But then she got a couple years older, and then she wanted to go back trick or treating with her friends again. But then I didn't have to take her.
Yeah.
Right. One thing,
Bribery works every time.
one thing to forget also, very last thing. I believe it is fall back this weekend.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
It is?
Like we need
Yeah.
an extra hour of 2020.
Oh, I like the extra hour of sleep. Not that
Yes.
it works.
So
Yes, it's-
Sunday, just make sure that you're checking your phone should update on its own. So
I thought it was next weekend. So
No.
No.
It's this weekend.
Yeah.
All right. So remember, stay safe, stay sane, wear your mask. Now more than ever, apparently we're hitting the third surge of the coronavirus. So now
vote.
more than ever, remember to wear your mask and vote. This is going to be kind of a weird cross promotion, but several of us are involved in a streaming radio station, and if you go to sorradio.org, there's information right on the front page, all the information you need to know about voting, and if you need a ride to the polls, there is a site that is literally just for organizing that. And the links are both there at sorradio.org.
you know what you didn't include was the pizza to the polls thing. I'll have to remember that. Just don't let me forget because I want to do that. You can send pizza to people online in the polls.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
Yeah, for every 20
Very
bucks,
cool.
for every 20 bucks you donate, that's a pizza that gets sent to a group of people standing in line at the polls. And
That's
this
hilarious.
is all over the
Like
country.
5 pizzas is a good amount.
Yeah.
To see if
Don't
they're
give me
gonna
that
do it.
look.
Yeah.
I can't stand at the polling places myself.
I can give you all the looks I like.
Aw, I can hear your sass all the way over here in Colorado.
Good.
Yes, there's
I
a
know,
reason
right?
for that. It reaches further than that.
I know. All right.
That's awesome.
Bye, guys.
All right. Have a great week and a half, and we'll see you for more adventures in the lands of Aecathan on November 7th for the Extra Life Marathon.
Have a safe Halloween.
Yep. Good night, everybody.
Night, y'all.
Night.